Hey guys, how you doing? How are you this fine Wednesday evening? Hey Tiffany. Hey Matt Willis. Kimberly Russell, Six Up. Hey Lips. Vet Girl, Red, White, and Blue. What fresh Billboard hell do we have today? I don't know. I'm sure you guys might have already heard of it because I just found out that this same info was sent to Chasing, and I think Sherry posted it. So, but I have a little message from Christy. The person who paid for it, the lady. Hey, Patriot Angel. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Red Girl. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Remember, Mites, we let all opinions fly. Just, name calling. People can mention other creators. I don't care about that. Really. Just name calling, and like if they're being, you can delete that. Doxing, of course, racist behavior or racist remarks. My day was okay, Dottie. Thank you. Did the pizza cure all the illness? Seems to be. She's back to her very rambunctious self, but that's, I don't know. I don't think sickness affects kids the same way. Like they sometimes don't seem to let it phase them. She had a 102-degree temperature last night, and it was like she was still the same as always. For the most part, she was sleeping a lot. Yeah, kids are very resilient. They bounce back fast. Trying to pick a few new mods. Thank you, Hope Forever. Thank you guys so much. Did someone say Ziggy trying to steal Dawn Wells? Oh Lord, I'm rolling over. That's nonsense. Well, we could just add that to the 2 months. Wow. Oh, that's a pretty picture, Mayflower. Yeah, we can add that to the ridiculous things that have been said about me. I was just So I guess the newest thing that's being said about me is that it's somehow, so I guess somebody went over and trolled Prayer Garden. I just learned. And I had no idea about it. She's a subscriber here, and one of my members, and I really like her. I mean, of course, I wish I would have known she was doing that in advance. I would have told her that was a bad idea. I'm sad about it. I don't know. I think she didn't realize. She just wasn't thinking. I think, I don't know. I haven't spoke to her, but somehow it's getting put on me. Like, hello, I'm a completely different person. How is my name even getting thrown into this? Because she's a member of my channel, so it's like, or member. I mean, like, it doesn't make any sense. Suddenly it's my fault. Or because I don't like Prayer Garden. It must have somehow been me. You guys, I don't do those real petty trolling. I don't do the get real petty as far as I would have told her I would have told her that was a bad idea, especially because it involved Summer. I think she just winged it and was not thinking, and she feels really, really horrible. I know that because I read some of her messages, and that she's left on, Tiffany's community post and in Discord and stuff. But I haven't been able to speak to her personally yet. I don't know. I'm bummed by the whole incident, actually, for many reasons. I'm not a prank type of person, right, Gina? And I definitely would have advised against that type of prank in that way. Now, a good old fun prank doesn't hurt anybody, but when, I would have, it wasn't a fun prank. But I guess she wasn't, I don't know. I can't explain why she decided to do that or say exactly what she said and stuff. It wouldn't have been anything I ever would have said, oh yeah, go act like, a family member. And no, that obviously got out of control, and I don't think I don't know. I'm bummed by it. I'm also bummed that I'm somehow getting pulled in the middle of this. Like, it's somehow my fault. Drama and attacks are done on purpose. Distraction creates drama, and drama takes the focus away from a 5-year-old little girl. YouTube, you guys are so smart in true crime. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, Fat Girl. You are so sweet. Thank you, guys. We know you didn't know, Zig. Well, justice for all. I know you know, and I know that blaming Ziggy for the behavior of someone who is in several chat communities is pathetic. How can you imagine Ziggy can police the internet? You just want an opportunity to beat Ziggy for something. That's what I said. Yeah, Angie, but she's a member of several. I think she's a member of a few channels. But so is Julie Applewhite. So is Ann. So is J. Marie. So is Scotty, Kuna. Your guys' actions are your own. You know what I mean? I love you guys, but I don't want part of any of that. When you make mistakes and stuff, that's on you guys, right? And like when I make mistakes, it's not my members' fault. It's not my subscribers' fault. I love Mara and stuff, and I just hate how I don't know. I wish I could like try to help her, but there's no way to really make an excuse for that. You know what I mean? She effed up, and there's no way around it. It was a very bad decision, and there's no excuse that I think anybody can really make. I just hate it because she's always been so like sweet to me and stuff, and to everybody here in chat. I think must have just been a lapse in judgment. I have no idea. I haven't even had a chance to talk to her when I just found out about this situation at 7 p.m. I heard the clip because somebody sent me a clip to listen to, but PG must have cut it down so that I couldn't, or so that she just edited out the whole video except the few minutes while that person was up. And when I heard it, I didn't even think I didn't even think for a second that I didn't recognize the voice or anything. I thought it sounded like an old lady when I first heard it. When I went back to listen to it the second time, I could tell, once I knew it was her, I could tell. Thank you, Vet Girl. Demand justice. People insert for reason. True crime, figure out why. Chris said push the right buttons, and I know our response will come. Yeah, and I'm guessing that I don't know. There's no way. I feel bad, but she made a mistake, But I'm also pissed at the same time. Not exactly at her. I'm pissed of the people who are saying that it's me. Like, how is that even me? Like, how can I get blamed for that? Why? Why would somebody think that because it's Prayer Garden it happened on? Nobody likes Prayer Garden. Can I recap real fast? Me too, Melissa Gomez. Somebody made a prank. She's a member here, and she did a prank on Prayer Garden's panel, a prank call, but it ended up like I don't know exactly how she chose to say. I think she just wung it, and what if that's even a word, wung it. I'm guessing, I have no idea, but I do know she went up there and like acted like she was a family member of the Wells. It was just important. It was just not a good decision. If you're gonna prank PG, you don't do it like about Summer. You do it, I don't know. It's just she made a mistake and she feels horrible about it. But somehow I'm being blamed for this. Wonging it all day, every day. Day. So, what does it have to do with you? Exactly. Besides, she's a member, and I guess people. Okay, so I think it got brought back to me. Well, I know it got brought back to me because she's a member of my channel. She was on my panel yesterday, and because I don't like PG, I guess, the current, whatever going on between her and I right now. And I went and looked in my Discord to see if that was in I'm supposedly that's where she wrote those messages that were on Tiffany's community post, but I can't find them, so she must have deleted them. Because I went and looked, because I'm bad, I need to be more. I wasn't in my Discord all day today until I found out about this incident, and I went to my Discord and I was trying to search and see if because I guess she had written in a Discord that she pranked PG, and I tried searching to see if it was in my Discord, and I couldn't find the messages. There was somebody screenshotted it basically and sent it to another creator. Basically a member of, which I'm pissed about that too, a member of my channel screenshotted, supposedly, I can't find these messages, so still don't have proof that it happened, that she admitted to it in my Discord, but that's what I hear, that it came from my Discord. But one of the members of this YouTube that's in Discord, I guess screenshotted her comments and sent it to Tiffany Marie. Makes sense, right? Why wouldn't they have sent it to me? It makes no sense. Oh my gosh, Fat Girl. Okay, PG, you have to own your own panel. Adulting, communicating with another creator is the best move. Well, it's not PG's fault either. It's it's Mara's fault. And I think she feels horrible. But it happened, and there's no way to, I don't know. Why are people saying it was Mara? Because I guess it was Mara. Because she admitted to it. She admitted and apologized, and I know, why would somebody send it to Tiffany Marie, though, intentionally starting trouble? It doesn't make sense, though, why one of my members would do that, though, to me. As far as screenshotting a private Discord or Discord and sending it to Tiffany, why wouldn't you have sent it to me? Hi, Carrie. It's obvious whose voice it was, Tambo. Well, I didn't recognize the voice. I did. I'm surprised I didn't, because she has a very recognizable voice. But when I listened back to it a second time after knowing it was her, I was like, oh yeah, that's. Literally nobody to Dessa is talking about other creators right now. How do I describe what happened without saying PG? Like, please. I'm not even mentioning anything negative about any creators right now. Where I have Lady CG, I have the I don't know. I don't know why a member would want to try to do that to me, but anyways. Gutter mouth. Here's those messages. I know, Patty, but I'm just bummed that people like here. I'll show an example. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what anybody would it doesn't even make sense. That's just a way to here. Let me show you guys this. So here's a screenshot of. So this says Alabama Truth Seeker says, first of all, Rose wouldn't have what sounds like an Irish accent trying to be a fake American accent. Secondly, according to Rose's ex-husband, she never met Don, so how would she know what he's like? This is a very cruel and tasteless thing for someone to do. Well, she used the name Rose, but she said she was a cousin of the family. So, yeah, she should have used definitely a different name. She shouldn't have done it at all, but using Rose made it worse. Here is somebody saying it's Ziggy. Then here's this bitch right here saying it's Mara from Ziggy's. I have proof. Really? And anywhere you have proof? How do you have proof you're not in my Discord? So who's sending it to Annie A? And why is she putting my name attached to this? I mean, Alabama says, I thought it sounded like her. Damn, this is such a lame-ass prank since Joe Mama. If Ziggy is in on this, that's pathetic. Here comes Annie A saying, I agree, they're nasty people. So she's just a shit stirrer. She's wanting to attach it to me. Then here comes David Cohen saying, oh, yes, I believe it's one of Ziggy's people. Why do you have to mention my name? It was not me. It had nothing to do with me. I absolutely did not put Mara up to it, James Bryan. You're a troll from hell. Please. I would never. If I would have known about that, I would have told her that was a bad idea. I think it happened while I was live. What time did I get off here yesterday? I probably was live. She didn't even tell me or anything. So she left right before I went off Moulin Rouge. What time did I get off yesterday? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It doesn't matter if I show absolute proof I had nothing to do with that. And if even if I did, they would still say it. Like, that's just what these people do. That there is no way I would ever have ever. It's not even a funny prank to me. It's using, Summer's case. That would have been not at all what I would have. I can't even think. If I would have never had her do something, anybody do something like that. But if I did, it definitely would not be that. You know what I mean? Because I don't find that funny. I find it, wrong. I know, who knows, but $2:45 a.m. I don't know what time I got off here yesterday, but we know that you didn't have anything to do with that, Ziggy. That's just petty and BS. I know. I need to. It's. It's okay, don't you guys? If it's not one thing, it's going to be another. You know what I mean? Anything they can get or do, they have to really. Hey, Emerald Flowers. It actually she wasn't claiming to be Rose Bly. She was trying to say she was a cousin of the family. I don't know what made her choose that name, but only the pot stores are blaming you, Ziggy. They like that you get on here and talk about it. Hopefully I reach out to you directly. It sounds like she is. Yeah, Hey, kitten poodler. Yeah, you can block anyone you don't want to see, guys, because we do let more comments slide here than probably other channels, because I want all opinions to be allowed. About the 5-year-old Michael Vaughn. I know, and thank you guys for hanging out yesterday. I know it wasn't the normal, but Michael, little monkey, needs found too. Hey, Georgina. I might have been. I mean, I usually am. It's funny that she was. I just wish that she would have done it differently, Sapito, but then it would have been funny, but not the not using. Yeah, it was just, it wasn't a good idea. She made her show her face? I'm not sure, Keisha, has she? But her calling her sweetie and sweetheart and hon, like, that was so fake. Like, ew. Yeah, I got blown up out of control. I think that, I don't know. I'm just totally guessing because I haven't even spoke to her about it, but I think that she got up there trying to troll PG, and it just like she was just saying whatever, and it kind of just went wrong, you know? She made some bad decisions. Yeah, Karen, she seems completely fine now. She doesn't seem sick at all. Look at pale face starts. See if people are we supposed to do something? What? Don't really get it either. Like, what was the point? She is an evil creature, Jisoo. I agree. Discord is really confusing, Karina. It's weird because she has been on panel before and PG saw her again and still let her up. PG is blind. PG blind? Maybe she just, I have no idea how it ended. It's just a whole big mess. It just spun out of control. Tabby, I think that she probably will. I'm just assuming, but I have no idea. Who's wrench? The soup. Are you talking about? I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. I know, Sapito. I don't think so. I think she's ultimately, I honestly think she's a really good person that made a horrible decision, guys. I've made some really stupid decisions in my life, and that I'm like, oh my, like other countries view things differently. Humor is one of those things. When people talk about you, it makes you Susan. She and others are doing real harm to Summer's case and absolutely have harmed and put my kids in danger and help target us as weapons for that Hill and other creators. Thank you, Matt, for getting that comment. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oops, sorry. It did sound like it was fake. Yeah, but Susan Taylor, she was fake AF. Fake as can be. That's not who she is. Karina, she was in chat yesterday. Michael's mom was, Michael Vaughn's. And I did message her on Facebook. I'm trying to be like sensitive to her situation, and I don't want to push her to come on panel. I think she will, though. She probably would have came up yesterday, but I really didn't want to like put her on the spot. You know what I mean? I know Donald Sissy Wells cracks me up too. I know they let it just let it she just lets it happen. And she went the wrong way about it. Now she feels horrible. Yeah. Lori, let's see. Let me pin your comment here. What happened to the young woman who was missing, having crisis? You knew her? I don't know her, but we have friends in common. She her ex is a really good friend of mine, or we haven't seen each other for years, but was a really good friend of mine. He tried messaging her because her family, we're speaking about Hannah Huffman, missing from Indianapolis. We now think that she is alive, that she's just hiding, but her family really wants to know that she's okay. They just want to hear her voice. They just want to know for sure that she's alive and it's not somebody else who used her messenger or something. She hasn't messaged anybody or nobody's messaged from her Facebook account. There was a guy logging into her account, like one of her friends, which was really suspicious. But no, we still don't. Her cousin and family are still looking for her. But I think her cousin's wait what? I don't know if she's in the chat right now. I think she is. Listless who have been offered money to appear on YouTube. I didn't know people offered money. Well, I could see probably the bigger creators doing that, offering money to people, but yeah, I don't know about all that. I feel like if it's a missing child, somebody should want to speak out. But hey, Scott H. But yeah, Hannah Huffman, still nobody's heard from her. I talked to her cousin today. BK offers Bitcoin and cigarettes. Yeah, that's true, Cassie Roku. But Tiffany told me that she didn't know it came from my Discord. And I believe her. Either way, Mara made a mistake, and I think she definitely knows that. No matter whose Discord it was or who shared the screen, who took screenshots, and sent them to another creator instead of me, still ultimately it wouldn't have happened if she didn't go up and do that. So I just want to know the member who did it, because I want to know what their intentions were behind that. I mean, if they didn't mention me, then I guess maybe they didn't mean anything by it, but I wish they would have just sent it to me. I don't know. Hey, Rap View. Yeah, Gina, they sent it to TM. So she made some comments, I guess, in my Discord that I can't find. So she must have deleted them, admitting to doing it and stuff. And somebody screenshotted it who was a member and sent them to Tiffany Marie. I don't understand that, but I've been offered money for many things. Someone that stuck her nose where it didn't belong and tried to put the focus on herself. I don't know. Same as the other. Yeah. Yeah. Now PG thinks Ziggy set her up, but PG is also capable of this setting up. Is that what PG said? Or I'm sure I know that's what she's gonna run with. I don't even know if PG knows about this, or I'm sure she does. What the heck? I'm reading a text message. I'm trying to understand what this is. Huh. Sorry, guys. If you already have disregarded my request, I can rewind, Ziggy. What did you ask? Do you mind giving a synopsis? I don't know. Well, I don't know if I want to go over it again. It's kind of depressing, and I would Lornacopia, but that's what I heard at Weedleby. I hate saying it, but just my opinion only. I think the more can bring up on Ziggy, the happier she is, because she knows a lot of us here will go over to her channel and find out what's being said. Focusing on Tiffany, maybe focus on why Tiffany was dragged into it. Who would want to, and why it's weird. I agree, Malice. Like, I don't care, Tadisa, what you say at all. Your opinion, I've never seen you before ever in here. So why do you think your opinion matters to me? No. Okay, Ronald Wilson, I don't care what you say either because you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what type of games you're talking about. Saying what was evil, Anne? Yeah. Ziggy kitten. Yeah, it's true, Amara. Hey, Michelle Reed. Hey, Still Waters. I'm doing good. How are you? In Silent Wind. Lolo. Carol King. Laughing my fucking ass off. Grandis Mandis. I know. That's funny, isn't it? I love Ziggy's calm, easygoing response to trolls. She has the best reactions to jerks. I can't be that calm. Well, you get used to it, Dana, because, you know, at first, like, I used to react much more dramatic to it and get more upset, but I have to, over time I've realized that's just what they do purposely, and they just try to piss you off. So it's just, you can't let it get to you. Hey, Angela. I don't know, TT time. I wondered if maybe I don't know. Thank you, Stormy. I haven't watched it yet. Still Waters. I actually haven't been able to watch him recently because, just my own channel. I feel like I'm getting a little bit of a headache. I'm wondering if I said it last night. I kind of wonder if I'm getting sick, but hey, Mustang Barb. I don't know. I'm maybe to DC, but to Disa, I really don't want anything to do with those channels that you mentioned. I really, really, really don't. Or that I guess have been being mentioned. It's just that the incident happened over at PG's, and that's why she's being mentioned. Hey, Emma. I was trying to start to take my temperature, but it's not going to work because I can't just be quiet. Hey, Faith Over Fear and NC Princess. Thank you, Bev Patrick. Hey, Arkansas. What's up, Zigster? Just Jackie. Oh, you changed your name. It was Tarantula, wasn't it? Aren't you Tarantula? So, hey, Justice Jenny. I hate when I miss you guys. I'm so sorry. But But I know when I go on other people's chats or a creator's live, I hate when they sit there and say hey to everybody for like 20 minutes. Like, hi, Bees, Grammy D, Helena, Isabel, Crime Stories Obsessed. Hey, Ladyish Tramp. Hey, Justice for All. Hey, Lori Rogers, Moulin Rouge. Hey, Ray Ray. Hey, Bonnie. You know, they go through and they do it forever. And they do it because they want to, acknowledge everybody. But I liked it, J. Marie. I liked being over on. I think it went well. Oh, thank you, Roswell, baby. If you're married for money, dang, I don't have my my soundboard thing on. If you married for money, my head would hurt too. Well, too bad I never got the money. Never ever happened. It never went through like originally planned. How were you and the little one doing? As far as being sick, or she's fine. Like, she's not sick or anything. She said she feels fine. I haven't checked her temperature today, but I don't know. I don't know why she has such a high temperature and then now it's just fine. I don't think so, Joyce Johns. I didn't finish taking my temperature because I was seeing if it would go up really. When you first start taking your temperature, you can tell if you're going to have a fever really fast because it goes up. It was kind of creeping around the normal temp mark, so I didn't continue because I didn't want to just sit here not talking. I'm doing good, Sue Animal Lover. I know, Stormy. It gets boring, doesn't it? BK couldn't bring your channel as he stated he was going to do. You better believe he will be setting people up to do ignorant things. Yeah, I know. My husband is a glutton for punishment. He wanted me to make chili for dinner tonight. I'm like, okay, you asked for it. I'm not sure, Karina. Probably. Aw, thank you, Ray Ray. That's true, Monarchopia. Hey, Mimi. PG chat was telling PG is fake. PG kept right on with it. It's very suspicious. Yeah, then clipped it and deleted everything else. Like, why? Where's the rest of it? I heard somebody was like cussing her out. That's the part I want to hear. Now that's funny. That's a knee slapper. Zigster for life. Yeah, I saw that, Debbie Zane. Okay. No, I haven't mentioned the billboards yet. I'm wondering. I know that. So I'll go ahead and mention. I know it was mentioned over. Okay. So yesterday, Christy messaged me. Thank you, Levid. We love you, Ziggy, little Ziggy, Grandma Ziggy, and finally Cat Ziggy. This too will pass, but on a brighter note, you are alive. You are early. Haters will always hate. Period. You do you always. Thank you. I'm learning as I go, Levid. I'm learning. Eventually, I'll learn how to not even mention any of these people, and I'll just be able to ignore it without even, it phasing me at all. But So yesterday I did get a message from Christy with screenshots and stuff. I think that Chasing already put them up and everything. So you probably have already seen it. But since we were talking about Michael Vaughn yesterday, I didn't want to derail the live because Michael deserves, attention too. And he needs to be found also, just like Summer. And we talk about Summer every day. And she still was talked about yesterday, but I didn't want to get into the Billboard thing when it was supposed to be all about Michael Vaughn. But Christy messaged me 9:30 p.m. last night. So she was messaging me to let me know that, that I get that someone was inquiring on why one of the billboards is not up. She said it was noted that the size was a 6 foot by 12. It actually was a 5 foot by 11, so it had to be reordered. Since it was ordered during the Christmas holiday, they hope to get the correct size later this week. I have not provided pictures, but did provide all the locations. People are also stating I'm a liar as well as the Lamar agent. Like she's saying the Lamar agent and Chris, I guess they're saying that she's a liar and Lamar agent is a liar. So she said they need to stop posting anything else about us in the billboards. Here's proof of my payments, total $8,000 out of my family's own pockets. I hope this will shut up the haters and people who've done nothing to help find Summer. That's true, guys. Like, side note, well, I'm not saying that they've done nothing to help Summer, but she gave $8,000 of her own money to put these billboards up in hopes of helping find Summer. In hopes of like a tip coming in. I mean, I don't know how anybody could be upset with her. I know she's paid this money. Like, nobody should be upset with Christy. I hate that this is happening to her. I really do, because she's a really wonderful person. She does not deserve this. There's some misunderstandings, but Christy's not, not hiding Summer. She wasn't involved in any type of shady stuff with Brad. She was misled and misinformed by Brad. And unfortunately, Brad not only made himself look absolutely horrible, but he drug Christy into it as well. And it's just not fair that she's getting any type of hate. That's just my opinion. I know you guys don't, we don't really know her, or you guys definitely probably really don't. But I mean, I've only talked on the phone and texted with her and stuff, but I know that she sent me receipts, and I don't know why anybody's questioning her. She paid. I don't know. I don't get it, but she said, I stayed off YouTube after my family was doxxed. We're tired of still receiving messages about all the criticism for doing something from the goodness of our hearts to help find Summer. And then she just stated like she didn't want to put me in the middle, but she knows that even though she knows that some of my subs question her and stuff, when it's not really, it's definitely, she knows it's not me. But so here, she sent me some screenshots to show you guys. Let's pull these up and see here. I haven't had a real chance to look at them, but I'm sure you saw them over at Chasing. So this is one. This is when she sent $2,000. This was October 12th. So I think this was the first one. The first payment for the first billboard. And then Here's another $2,000 she sent on October 27th. Okay. Another $2,000 sent. This labeled Summer's Billboard. Then here's another $4,000 payment on December 9th. But this one was made directly to Lamar, I think. It has a customer named Brad because he put it originally. You remember it was in his name, the whole Billboard situation account. Then, so here's a proof of performance. Guess it was, okay. So this is 12/29. That was, I guess that was one that just went up. The report date, that must mean, I don't know if you guys know, that must mean when it went up. 12/29, which is, okay, install date 12/20. What's report date? Oh, this is when the report was sent over. Okay, so it was the install date the 20th of this month. This is in Greenville. And I saw, Michelle, your comment. I'm looking at my phone to see some of your guys' comments. Brad claimed he would match her $4,000. He didn't. She matched it and made it. Yeah, he didn't pay anything. He might have gained money, actually. Well, it was total of $9,500. So she pretty much paid for all of it, $1,500 of it. I know there was like 1,000 donated for sure. It was 900 and something. So if he paid any of it, it was like 500. You live 20 minutes from Greenville? Yeah, so this is Greenville. And okay, so this location of this one, it says it's at 11E bypass. I don't know what that means, but maybe you guys, anybody that's local knows what that means. Maybe like Scott H knows or something, but it's supposed to be a 10-foot by 22-foot. Okay. And then here's one. This was also had an install date of December 20th. This is on Highway 11E, 100 Stone Mountain Road. What does it say? South Side? Is that what that stands for? SS, South Side. I don't know. I'm guessing that's what SS. I have no idea. But it's a 5-foot by 11. And this is also the Greenville Market. Why does it say Hawkins County Sheriff's Office right there? I thought Hawkins County Sheriff's Office isn't on her case anymore. But at least it does have 800 TBI fine. Her picture being there is what's important. Here's this one. This one says Highway 421.1 SO. I don't know what that means. Orchard, MM. I have no idea what that all means. It's a 5-foot by 11-foot. It's in Johnson County, Tennessee. It was installed the 21st of December. So here's the location right here. There's a small one here. Okay, and this is the last screenshot I have. This is a 16-foot by 14-foot. It's a different looking type 1, but it has 2 pictures on it. It was installed the 23rd. This one says location is I-81, exit 7. It's in Bristol. This one's in Bristol. Well, that's cool. They must take pictures of it as soon as they install it. Here's the first one again. So that's a 10 foot by 22. 11E bypass. It says Summer. Is there a road called Summer or something? Let me see what you guys are saying. She did amazing employment. Yeah, thank goodness for her. That's true. Cupcakes. Exit 7 is one of the main exits. It's where Walmart and Sam's Club is. There's a lot of traffic there, Ziggy. Oh, really, Jennifer? Have you seen it yet by chance? Oh, is she live right now, Debbie Zane? She's my top mod. Is that true? That's funny. That's like that's a Trixie. That's a Trixie word there. A Trixie saying, top mod. She's wrong because we actually change mods daily, so. Oh, then when did she say that, Jennifer? You heard me in the background, Lori? I was live. I think it was all set up. I watched PG this morning from yesterday. PG didn't only bash Jody Sue, kept saying, could that be Rose? She had red hair, was older. She's not bashed. Huh. She thanked you, Rebecca? Okay. Yeah, heard me in the background. Now they're going to lie, say they heard me in the background. Yeah, I think I was live during the incident, or I had to have just got off of live. Is Benny, Bly, Candace, and BK's love child? Benny Bly? We have ironclad alibis. I'll have to double check what time I got off my live yesterday. Let's see here. I know it was like a shorter one though, so. I don't know where to go. Go to my channel, videos. I don't think it says, does it? How do you, I don't know. It doesn't say. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Oh, thank you, Michelle Reed. You need 7 alibis like Dawn, right? Go check my email. Oh no. Let's see here. Not sure if I want to listen to this. Michelle, I see your email, but if I open it up, it's going to piss me off if I listen to it. I'm pretty sure. So, yo, get Ziggy with it and hit that thumbs up. It will make you giggle. She asked the fake Rosary if Judy Sue had something to do with Summer's disappearance. The fake said she would rather not say, with her trying to cover her. Pamela Tay, are you the one that's always on our panel? She just shut it down? Oh. Oh, well. You guys, she's not going to quit. It doesn't matter. But, oh my God. It doesn't matter, guys. See, that's why I would have advised. That's one of the main reasons. Well, the main reasons was, we don't use Summer for a joke, But besides that, I wouldn't have had her do that because I knew it would get put back on me, and it just continues this whole, cycle when I'm really trying to move away, and she's looking for views. Oh my gosh, my daughter's a loudmouth. I suppose I'm blocking her chat. I couldn't help but let the cuss. What did it say? Words fly. I can't stand her nasty mouth. I reported her. Oh. I wish I worked for YouTube. I'd delete PG's channels first. I can't imagine the sanity that comes from her on her channel. I would ask if she's making allegations like that I had anything to do with that, then she needs to wait, what is this? What is that? What is she showing? Oh, what is she doing? Why is she showing freaking stuff? What is wrong with her? So I had a newspaper article written on me when and she's seriously doxing me right now. It's absolutely ridiculous. No, No, Mara would never have done that, Scotty. Mara would have never. I guess killer looks. Ask her what I did to her. So when she grows up, she wants to be you, Ziggy. She needs. See, that's what pisses me off is that I wish I'm. That was I love Mara, but at the same time, it kind of pisses me off because it's brought a lot of like negative stuff towards me. I mean, I shouldn't even. It doesn't even matter. Like I shouldn't be because PG's just trying to find excuses to do her vile behavior. And I'll just strike her channel. It's fine. Since she's posting personal stuff about me. Let's see. I'll grab the link so she can't freaking do anything about it. Hurry and copy the link before she has a chance to delete it. Oh, she put an article up about my business and she's underlined her husband because they wrote that it was my husband instead of boyfriend in the article. She thought she had some juicy info. So that's one strike. Let me save that in my little Samsung notes here. Because no matter if somebody like, just so you guys know, hold on, let me, make sure if somebody ever puts a video up of you or any of your personal info out, grab the link real quick and save it. Because even if they delete it, private it, whatever, it could still be struck as long as you have the link. Anyways, so I have real quick. There's no info about my mom, Jenna. She's just dirty. She's just as dirty as they come. And I don't understand why she would try to do something to me. Like, it's enough that what she's doing by putting out stuff about me to try to get back at me, like I didn't do anything to her. If I had anything to do with that, and if there was, if I did, that would have been bad enough. So it doesn't make sense of her using that as an excuse. It had nothing. It wasn't PG who did that. How is that a diss towards PG? I don't know. I don't get it. So I have a few, you guys, I went to my, here, I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up here. That was the last straw. What the hell? That had nothing to do with me. She's such a piece of shit. Like, really. Horrible, horrible person. There's a link if anybody wants to come up here and talk with me. So I went to my, when I went to my office, I stopped by the post office. I checked out my, whatever it's called, P.O. box. And I had some Christmas cards in there and it was past like the time that the post office was open. So I wasn't able to, there was like one thing in there I couldn't get because it said it had a little card in there that I have to get from the counter. But I'm going to open these and I'm probably going to show you guys. Let's see, what's this? It's a little, so this says, aw. It says, Merry Christmas, little Ziggy. Who's this from? It says Summer. The person's name is Summer. Who sent this? Hold on, let me open it. Aww. She'll love them. Aww. One of the subscribers sent you earrings. They're so cute. They're little paw prints. Let me see how I can turn on my camera without being on camera because I don't feel like being on camera right now. Hold on. I turned it that way because I don't feel like being on camera. Look at the little paw print or the paw print earring. For little Ziggies. That's so cute. She's gonna love those. Oh my gosh. Who was that? I wish I could I think they emailed me and told me they were gonna send something for little Ziggy, but they didn't. Hold on. She'll love them. I'm telling you, she's gonna love them. She's on the phone with her friend. I could hear her, but so hold on. Okay. Here's a card that says from, let me make sure. It might have her, I don't want to say her first name. It has a cute little, it's a card. Oh, it says, Merry Christmas. I want to wish you and your daughter a wonderful Christmas in your new, beautiful home. Lots of love and blessings, Ziggy and little Ziggy. Wishing you a season full of joy and happiness. Oh, much love, Alice Lynn. She goes by Alice Lynn. I love being a Grammy. That's like, I think that's her whole, and it's a really cute card. But the link's at the top if anybody wants to come up. I just wanted to show you guys this. And then on the envelope, I had the little flower. She put a little flower, cute little flower sticker, like. And let's see here. Is she in here? Are you in here, Alice? That's really thoughtful. Another Christmas card. I know, I need some wall hangings. I have one in that thing. If this is to the, that over there is hanging down in the doorways. Like, wish I could show you guys, but it's Didn't turn out how I wanted it. It's like these, I wanted a beaded doorway thing because there's no door there. Good night, Deep South Dreamer. Let's see. So this is from Angela V. Are you here? Oh, there's just, she said, I like your channel. I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May each moment of your Christmas have a beauty all its own. From Angela V. And she sent me. Hopefully, at least one of these people are here. And then I have one more. And I'm pretty sure this one's from, actually, I know who this last one's from. That's why I saved her for last, because I know it's from Christy, actually. Woohoo! That is sweet of her. She said, wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. She said, hey, beautiful lady, please take your daughter and yourself for dinner on me. I hope you have an amazing Christmas. I may no longer be on YouTube, but I'll always be there for you and your daughter. Much love. And if you ever want to come to, well, I better not say where she lives, but I have a room for you and little Ziggy. And she said, I hope the spirit of Christmas shines brightly all year long. Merry Christmas. Aw. And she sent me $50 for dinner. That's so sweet. So I don't want to show all of this because it has her where she lives at the bottom here. But yeah. That's just so thoughtful and nice. Sparkly. That's really sweet. I know these cards are so sweet. That's the first time I got anything from my P.O. box. Like last time I checked, there wasn't anything. And there is something else in it, it says, but I have to go there during, I'll go there tomorrow during open hours. So anyways, I know, it's so cute. I want to text Christy real quick and tell her thank you because I was really, really. I'll have to email the other one. I know one of the ladies' emails. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I messaged her thank you. That was really sweet. The other ones I don't have a phone number for, but if you guys see them in the chat, please let me know. Alice and Angela V. When is little Ziggy's birthday? Hers is May 21st. If you need help with PG, feel free to yell at me. About what, Gritty, Gabby? I don't know what anybody can really do. I mean, I can strike that video since she's showing like, also, she said, hey, Karina, thank you for coming up. I'm glad you broke the silence or were the first one. top the YouTube cherry of today. That doesn't even make sense. Never mind. Scratch that.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I wish I knew. I want to figure out who sent the earrings. I know, Grady Gabby. Oh, and I guess she doxed me yesterday too, so I could always like strike that one. She'll be gone in no time if she keeps it up. That's my grandma.
Doxing you is a little bit scary because no one actually checks on whether, like, there's some real crazies out there. 99% of people wouldn't do anything, but it's that 1% that's like, no, I found her and I'm going to do bad things.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. I'm not really worried about the info she put out there. It's just like, I'm just, I don't know. She can't get away with doing that to people. Same with BK. Like he's, I don't know. I just am tired of like mentioning her really and dealing with her.
Julie, it is 27 degrees. So it is a little bit warm, but not typical for December.
Well, we do Fahrenheit, so I don't know what that is. Stormy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's really me.
Okay. I don't know if you've been up here before. Let's see.
I have never been up here. This is my first time.
Well, thanks for coming up here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a little nervous because I've never been on panel up here.
Oh, have you been on anybody else's?
I have. I've been on Gavis Concon. Do you know who he is?
Mm-mm. But I just looked up what 27. You said 27 degrees Celsius.
Yes.
That's wow. Yeah, that's pretty warm. That's 80 degrees. So here and
for this time of year, it's sort of like you can live with it. But when it starts to hit the high 30s, you start to get a little bit like, okay, I'm dying. Just kill me now. I'm done.
So, what's going on, Stormy?
Oh, I just wanted to come up here because I'm so confused on Prayer Garden. Why is she going after you? Is it just because
I'm confused
everything?
too. I'm very confused as well. She thinks that, well, she's been going after me before today, but she thinks that I was involved with that prank call to her, or that prank, when she went up on panel yesterday. I had nothing to do with that. When that lady did, she thinks that I had something to do with it. I guess she's using that as an excuse to continue her charades. But before that, I have no idea. I did nothing to her. Literally did nothing to her at all. She basically, when the other one turned on me, she put her on her panel to tell her side of the story, and that's kind of when it all just went downhill from there. I don't understand. Like, I've never done anything. I can't think of anything I've really done I haven't doxed her. I haven't put anything out on her. Like, she's saying, oh, keep it up. I'm going to put out this stuff on your mom. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, something is wrong with her. So is she? Do you know?
I haven't put out anything on her. I mean, she needs to talk to her buddy who put out or was trying to dox her and stuff. Like, I didn't make. She recorded personal phone calls when we were supposedly friends, or we weren't really ever friends. But let me make sure that these are really who they say they are. Okay, is that you, Angel?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what about Annie? Annie, is that you? Okay, I'm gonna kick Annie because I'm not sure that's really. It was Annie Dom, and it's probably really her, but I don't know. We will be spackling. How are you doing, Angel?
Oh, PG just kicked me out of her panel.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. I went in there. Did you hear the first video that she put up like 10 minutes ago?
I didn't
It was
hear it. No,
okay.
but
It was pretty rude, okay? And I went in there to try to correct some general information about what happens when you like marry a person that's not from the country.
yeah,
Okay, like
yeah,
because I've done that, so I know how that whole thing works. And
yeah.
I was going to go in there and try to um, provide some details on how that worked, and she immediately shut me down and she told me that I needed to get off panel unless I wanted to talk about summer.
Was she talking
So
about me though when you went up there?
no, like she just restarted. So she's already deleted the one where she went on her rant about you. So I didn't have time to go up at that point. So I came up right when this new one started, and I was just yeah, I don't
So,
know.
what'd you tell her? It takes time to get a green card. You just don't marry somebody, and it appears.
No, the
You have to get
totality of what I
interviews.
no, the totality of what I said was, I know you were talking about this green card thing, and I've already done that myself, and I just wanted to give you some details. And then she said, no, if you're not going to talk about summer, you need to get down.
Was
So I
she?
was like,
Is that what she was talking about? Was she talking about summer though? Is that
no,
or
it just had started. No, it just had started.
oh?
Uh,
She doesn't
Because
hear.
she shut down that first one real quick. But yeah, just think about the whole like bringing someone in from out of the country. There's like a whole bunch of stuff you got to do. And one of the things you have to do is provide like this financial information to prove that you could support
Yes,
somebody for
yes,
5 years.
yes,
And
yeah,
like, yeah, and they like dig in to that. And you have to go to the FBI people and they take your fingerprints like freaking, I don't know, 5 times or something. And you're going in for like interviews all the time. And you gotta give your entire like criminal record, even your juvenile record, you gotta fork that over. I mean, it's like this, and then you have to have this waiting period. It's like this really, really long,
yeah,
drawn out deal.
yeah.
And
And I
so
didn't go to any of
yeah,
those. Zero.
after you get through like providing all this information, right? Then it's like a whole, at least a 5 year wait. After you're all done with this first stuff that takes like years, then you gotta wait a whole another 5 years to finally get the green card. So it's not like it's this thing where it happens in like, a year or two. It's like really long and ongoing, and it takes up a lot of time. And yet they'll ask you, they like grill you. They'll grill you on multiple occasions
Yes,
about, they'll ask you questions like, well,
right.
how many lights are in your bedroom? I mean, it's stuff
Yep.
like that. And so I don't know what happened with you. Okay, it's not really my business, but I'm just saying that having gone
Well,
through it myself, that I wouldn't want to go through it again.
yeah, I knew like when we
But it's
had
a big mess.
when we were discussing about doing it, like we had to learn about each other and stuff like that. And that was going to be a process. It wasn't going to be anything that would have it's not like you just go to a courthouse and marry. That's the only part that got done. I didn't know you have because they're going to ask you questions. Like they're going to ask you questions about the other person. And if you don't know them all, like, yeah, it scared me, guys. I could not go through it. And no, I didn't get any money. I wasn't like I took his money and ran. You don't get the money up front like that.
Yeah, no, it's not like that at all. Like they have to look at all your own financials because when you agree to this, you have to be able to financially support that person for 5 years, like on your own. So if you don't have like the income or the savings to back it up, they're gonna be like, nope, yeah, and that's where it stops there.
Can I put out there that if anyone is watching PG, if they hate watching or trying to get back at her for anything, you're giving her views. She's going to stay online longer. Do not give her the airtime. It will just feed into her little narrative that she's the perpetual victim in every moment. And the biggest thing I want you guys to realize that even hitting a dislike on her gives the algorithm a moment where it'll keep her going. And she loves this adrenaline. She loves any attention. I have a sister like this. No matter which sort of attention you give her, good or bad, she enjoys it. But my sister, one of them, mostly focuses in on negative energy, and she loves the drama. So a really good thing that I noticed to do was to just not interact on a way that's either not at all, if you have to, or if you have to interact on some level, make sure that you put it clearly. Don't even leave a comment on there. So even giving her that 5 seconds of airtime, 5 seconds, it's all it takes, is enough for the algorithm to go, no, she's obviously pretty popular. So be really, really careful about who you give.
Hold on, let me, Annie, is that really you? You keep dropping and coming up. Okay.
Yeah.
It says that Ray is trying to, an RAE that's trying to join, but it's not letting me add her. So Ray, I'm going to kick you and then try to come up, okay? Because I don't know why it's not letting me add you correctly. But hey, Pam, how are you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Good. I'm glad to see you back.
Hey, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I hope you know what's going over at Prairie Gardens, right?
What, right now? Right this second?
Yeah, she's over there calling you a bitch.
Uh-huh.
Saying different stuff.
Again?
And now she's moved a video to private.
Well,
I used to be on Prairie Gardens. The reason I left, because she treated me like dirt. And on top of it, I was like, I wasn't a subscriber. I wasn't a member. I wasn't nothing. And then she told everybody, because I got something about, she said, I told people, I said, if they're going to be on panel, to shut off your chat so you don't argue. Well, she had she told me that I heard that
she threatened to kill me? Somebody said that she threatened to kill me. Somebody texted me.
She has done so much, and she's threatened to go. She's the next time something about she's going to go next time.
I have a question.
She's showing some of your husband's stuff, and then she said the next time she's going to talk about your mom.
Ziggy,
she's putting up your name.
Has anybody ever saw a picture of her?
No, we don't even know who she is. So, you know what? I haven't put anything out on her, so it doesn't even make sense.
She's over there saying that you made $4,000 on her and all this.
All right, well, let her say whatever she wants to say at this point.
I don't care.
And she's bringing up your mod, Maria, or whatever her name
Mara. Okay, we don't have. Okay, the mods change daily, but Mara. Yeah, Mara.
And she said Mara called over there and said that her name was Rose last night. I don't know.
Mara. That's not me though, and that's not anything I knew about. I would have. Sorry.
Let's focus here, giving her those views. That should have been something that you emailed to Ziggy, because I
don't have her email.
Hey,
giving Prairie Garden that sort of view isn't helpful, because now people are going to go and try and watch her do those things.
Well, she took it down.
Yeah. So. I mean, any time that someone says, oh, she's doing this now, that gives her views. I want her to go away to oblivion. I don't even want her name to be part of it.
Yeah, but she literally said, I guess, she said this situation could turn into a murder. She literally said my name and murder.
Exactly.
Why is she talking like that?
I have no clue. I'm not on her channel anymore. Everybody's modding me and saying it. And I just want to give you heads up. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. You're fine.
I'm sorry if I said anything wrong. I'm just letting you warn.
No, you didn't say anything wrong. No, you're fine. That's just how no, it's fine. We were discussing it.
But I don't want to see her come after anybody.
Oh, she's harmless. She's not going to harm anyone. She just thinks she can. If she's so tough, why is a threat to her even showing her own face? That's her biggest threat.
Ray, is that really you? Ray Camp? We can't hear you. Thank you. I really need that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ray's connection. But,
well, I'm just letting you know. And
what she's doing is not actually really harmless. It can be really harmful. She's putting out my personal information. If she's putting up
she's putting out some stuff about your husband now.
My address.
Telling people to go find the article.
Yeah.
That's where she's bringing up your real name.
Yeah. When have I done anything like that about her? I've never showed any personal information on her. So I don't know. I would love for her to show where I have. She's running with something she doesn't understand. Like, nobody likes her.
She doesn't even have a channel as well.
Something that somebody else did on me, that doesn't even make sense. Anyways,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for anything to happen. I just wanted to come up and let you know.
No, were you mad at me or something when you were over there, or were you just hating? Or
no, I wasn't even over there. I just heard somebody text me, and I went over there to see what she was doing.
No, I mean, because you were over on that channel, and you
yeah, but I wasn't saying a word about you. I wasn't.
Okay.
Not one time did I was never mad at you. But she's over there talking Ziggy this, Ziggy that. And her title is Ziggy, Ziggy, Ziggy. That's all. That's why I left, because she couldn't keep it focused on Summer. That's what I kept it focused on. And she couldn't do that. It's all got to be about some other creator. She can't keep it focused on Summer.
If she could show proof that I've done any of these things to her, then but she doesn't want proof. Because she just wants an excuse to act like this.
And she said you're sending people over there from your channel. I said no.
She wishes that we would send people over to her.
I know, right?
Hey, Stormy, were you gonna say something earlier? Or I'm sorry.
I was, but I forgot.
I'm sorry.
Let me think about this. Let me think, because I actually did forget. I think I was going to say something to Pam.
Jay, Maria, is that you?
But I can't remember.
Yeah, it's me, but I'm going to come back because I can't hear her for some reason. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
That's really all I wanted to tell you, was that I attempted to try to explain this immigration deal and it failed. So
yeah, I know. Well, because she doesn't want to hear any truth. She doesn't want people putting you to sit there, and she doesn't want anybody to come over there and debunk anything on me. She wants it to seem legit. So if you're over there saying, "Oh, it's not possible," because
I wasn't even speaking about you. Yeah, I wasn't even speaking about you directly. I just wanted to clear up what that process actually was, as far as like her opinion goes in relation to whatever happened with you. I was just trying to explain to her like what happened to me as far as like the process goes, in the hope that maybe she better understand. I don't know. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, I know. I know, but what you were saying would have made it look like I was being honest about the situation, and she didn't want to. How
am I a snake? What am I a snake about?
No, you're not.
Somebody's down there.
I think
you please elaborate on
neutral. J. Marie, is that you? And just
that's me.
What about Ray? Ray Camp, is that you?
I think that PG is not a Christian, because as a Christian, you're not supposed to judge or even talk badly about people like she does. So I think that's all BS.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, a very few people is the reason that Ziggy needs to check, is because someone did a peep show. So ever since then, Ziggy's like, no, I need to see you now.
Well, or
One too many.
just let me know if you talk, and just let me know it's like really you. So when I add you guys up to the panel, if you could just say it's, well, I mean, not that I just usually trolls don't really talk; they just show their wieners. So
Oh my god.
Ew.
even though we had one recently who did show his face, and then to act like he was a legit person that I never seen him before, and then he put up his, and then he took down and his little circle was a picture of a wiener. So like when he put the camera off, it was just I was like, oh my god,
Bit of an exhibitionist.
Ziggy, you did so good today on shares. That was awesome.
yeah, it was a good time. It really was. It flowed nicely. It was fine. I actually wouldn't mind doing that every, weekly or something. I was afraid, like I don't know why. I was nervous, not afraid, nervous.
Well, I thought it was great.
I really did have no idea. I honestly had no idea that situation happened. I didn't know till 7 p.m. this evening, and I was freaking pissed. I was very upset. Just a few situations about it. Because several reasons.
Well, one thing is you can't control human behavior. So whatever she did, which is Mara, did you say your name is?
Yeah.
You can't control that. And if PG wants to blame you, that's PG's problem, not yours.
I was
Exactly.
A member took screenshots of the chat, and instead of sending it to me, of the Discord chat, and then instead of sending it to me, they emailed it to Tiffany, which that pissed me off. Then it pissed me off that I was getting blamed for this, but I had nothing to do with it. I knew zero of it. I had no idea that she was even going to play a prank on her, nothing like that. I think I was live. I don't know for sure, but now, yeah, I just, had I known, I wish I did freaking know, actually. I would have been like, no, please don't do that. It's going to come back on me. And no, it's a bad idea anyways. Just let's not. So they like to play, or, I just don't want to play those type of, I don't want to go low like them. I don't want to be pushed that. I don't even know, even if I was pushed to that point, if I would,
there's that saying, when they go low, you go high. So let's go high and avoid this lowness.
I feel like other people will. I feel like I don't even have to do anything. She's pissing so many people off. People don't like her, but it's gonna get blamed on me. So
yeah. Well, somebody said, I think last night in the chat, that she was up to like 5,000 subscribers, and now she's down to something like 2,000 or 3,000. Let her dig her own hole over there, as people would say, because that's what she's doing. And if she can do this to you, she will do it to others.
Exactly, because she did it to me.
Eventually the content runs out. I do have a question about how much more information we can get on Little Monkey, because I think that we should make him just as popular as Summer. I would love to see his little face more, particularly because I do think he's still alive. I don't know why I feel like that, but I really, really do. I really feel like Monkey's still alive, little Michael.
Karina, you should totally do a YouTube. I think you would be good at it. I would send people there.
I don't know, because
you should cover.
I've never thought about it like that.
I plan on I think I'm gonna try to do something on him like every week at least. And I'm gonna slowly, I don't know. It's just like I feel like I can't give other children the same attention I give Summer because I've been following Summer since day one, and I'm really behind in Michael Vaughn's case. Like I have a lot of catch up to do.
Yeah, and I think that
I will definitely put his picture out there, but I don't know. I wish I haven't.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Ziggy, about Summer? On Jackie Dobbs, where is he? Does anybody know where Jackie Dobbs is?
He got married.
No,
that was the other one.
Oh, that was Dotson?
Yeah.
Jackie Dobbs is already married, and when he would fight with his wife,
he actually got divorced 10 days after Summer went missing.
Oh, really?
So there's a theory that I have that I got from Gavis, and can I run it all by you guys? Can you go with me on this?
Yeah.
So the theory is, and Gavis is pretty good when he does this. He did the Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie. So this isn't my theory, this is his, but it all makes sense. So Jackie Dobbs is the one that lived across the street, right, in that land. Is that who he is?
He bought a piece of property.
Yeah, and he had a camper there, right?
Yes, and Jody Sue ran him off.
So, well, it wasn't Jody Sue, I don't believe, that ran him off, because the theory that we're having right now is that, so Jackie Dobbs was up there drinking with Dawn and Candace a couple of days prior to Summer missing. There was like a party going on up there. He was up there drinking. They were all having their moment. And if you remember, he sold that land right after, right? So he had money. And I think that he thought that he wanted a little girl. This is my theory, you guys, I know. So I think that they sold Summer to him. Because if you think about it, he has a red truck. His wife had a blue Blazer or Bronco or something like that. Theory is that there is a time span of like an hour where nobody can account for. And that time frame is when they put Summer down in the shed. She screamed. That's when Jody heard her. But that was the time that Jackie Dobbs picked Summer up because they sold her to him. He went traveling down the road. He has this red pickup truck. Somebody that saw the red pickup truck. He went to the hotel, I don't know, in Kingsport, and that's where his wife was. She took the red truck to wherever she went, and he was now in the blue Blazer. Nobody knows where he is now, by the way. His wife divorced him 10 days after that. And I believe this. It all makes sense.
Well,
I have a feeling this is a no.
I think Jody Sue wants to chime in. She came up here.
Oh, hi, Jody.
Just to clear that up, Dobbs was only on the property for a couple hours. He did not live there. He didn't even have his tent out yet. Somebody had eyes on him most of the time he was there before cops removed him. The hotel he stayed at was not in Kingsport. He and the wife were already separated and having issues prior to him coming to that piece of property. He never met Candace and Dawn. The red truck was not anywhere in the vicinity. He was indeed in the blue vehicle today. And if you go on my Facebook, those pictures are there. The red truck was not here. We know when he left Tennessee. We also, and the videos are there, but they're locked on Facebook because nobody can buy you any facts, truth, or data you give them. The video of us talking to the lawyer and what days Dobbs actually left here are up. But I've not released that. Anyway, so
Do we know what hotel he stayed at?
I do, yes. And
Do
it
you
was
think they would release any video of that day?
what?
Any surveillance video of that day?
There is of Dobbs.
Yeah, at the hotel.
Why would I have the surveillance video of Dobbs at a hotel?
No, I'm
I know.
not saying you. Yeah. I'm saying, do you think the hotel would have a surveillance video of that day?
Absolutely, and I know the feds got it, and I know they talked to Dobbs for fact.
Okay.
Fact. Several times. We know this
Was
to be
he
true.
was
In
cleared,
fact,
right?
he was questions. They told
He
us
was cleared?
he was cleared, yes. But from what we
Okay.
know, they laughed about that one last time we talked to them, and I think while the feds were at Andy's workplace asking questions of him about others inside of place and other things, because I had told them that he would have a better idea of certain faces in vehicles, so they went over to ask him about that. And while there, I know that he asked them about Dobbs, and for one of the last times, and they have questioned him and questioned him and questioned him till hell's frozen over. Dobbs was only there for a few hours. He never met Candace and Dawn. The red truck was not here. He had the blue blazer thing, the top, what the hell it is, Trailblazer, older model. Either way, he was only here for a couple hours, and that was the day prior that he was on Ben Hill, not the day Summer vanished. And him and his wife were obviously having problems. He mentioned that, but guy has an issue with women. I'll let you know it, but not high on the list. But yeah, like that.
Is he a possibility on your list?
Not even.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, I'm not the police, right? It's what they say in the end. But I mean, that there. I mean, like, you know, just what we know. The red truck of his was never there. The wife was never here. He was driving the blue Trailblazer here. He never even got the tin out. He got the little grill out, had the dog and a bag of dog food, some gas, that type of crap out. Chainsaw. That's about it. He was only on the road for a couple hours.
So if you go to his Facebook, which I haven't, but Gavin has, and if you go on there, you'll see missing people after missing people.
Yeah.
And it pretty much started around when Summer went missing.
It didn't start when Summer went missing. He was like that for eons prior to Summer missing. He's one of those QAnon Wayfair followers, and that's all he posted long before Summer and the property sale and all that. And yeah, the dude's weird, obviously has some issues. Even I thought that the night that we found him on the property, he set my gut off a little wrong. We were around that night making sure he went to the hotel. He said he was going and asked us and the cops that removed him from the property about he wanted a name of one, and we gave him several, and he was none of those. But anyway, the hotel he stayed at was not in Kingsport. And it's out there. It's well known what hotel he stayed at, but he often goes through his Facebook and changes up and down.
I'm in my robe.
You know, changes dates on things. The guy's weird.
Yeah, yeah. You know what's interesting though, if you think of
Red Truck
what's interesting is that conversation that Ziggy played about with Dawn, where he says, "Well, I think she's in a hotel room." Or was that with you, Ziggy? I'm so confused. But and that's why I was like, oh, this is interesting.
Well,
yeah, only if you like say, well, Dobbs was there November whatever when Dawn was playing the crack fairy and look a hotel room. I mean,
crack fairy.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, he was. I know. He said he was handing out crack for 2 days.
Yeah,
The
who
most
does that anyway?
interesting thing
For
about that
reality, you
call,
don't hand it out.
Hold on. Let me. What was that, Jody Sue?
the most interesting thing about that call was that Don finally admits his own people in Knoxville instead of trying to sling it in at other people that make no sense for 6 months. And his own people we don't hang around because we only hang around good people. He finally admits that connection openly into the world to Knoxville. And the hotels and all that shit, and then the slips of the tongue. That's what should be striking most people as the point. But trying to put Dobbs and a hotel mentioned in a call in November or whatever by Dawn together is just wildly like, where are you going with that?
Well, I think that what I'm saying that is that when he, in my theory, in my opinion, by the way, is when he picked up Summer from the shed and she screamed, he took her to the hotel, and that's where Dawn comes up in his head that she's in a hotel room, but she's not, of course, any longer. So, I mean, if you listen to Dawn, he gives clues here and there when he talks, but then he backtracks. I really believe, I know a lot of
lips and everything everybody says, little bits of truth, a little bit of this, a little of that, but it's also not far-fetched. Even if at the end of the day, by some miracle, those two are not involved. I mean, as a parent, you have to think, what are the possibilities, right? And that's a possibility. Sex trafficking is a real possibility, and I guess Don would know, considering he's tried to sell one of his own on street corners before. And what he says in there, I mean, think about it. In a fashion, he's done this to his own sisters, his son's done it. I mean, you've got all this pattern of behavior for decades from him. He says in the phone call with Ziggy that he himself has picked up in hotel rooms. Did I catch that? And then the other day you have him, calling one of the young girls that's 12 around Allie, saying she has a banging body. Then you've got this other call where he's talking about his own daughter being raped by his own son. And he's like, well, I gotta give her props though. She cried and everything, but she didn't go running like cattle and reporting. So I gotta hand it to her. I'm like, what the hell? I mean,
Yeah, that was weird when he
he's
said that.
only from a predator's point of view because he himself is a predator. So he can imagine what the possibilities are for Summer.
I love everything that you put out there, and I think that it's great that you debunk a lot of the stuff that's put out there. And I think that it's easy to get caught up in conspiracies, but I think it's good to stick to. It's good for Don to always say, "Look away from my property. Look away from what Candace and Don really are."
He's been doing that for day one. They just notice they mention everybody else's like drug stuff. They mention all these small time bits and pieces. They're always like, "Oh, we only hang around good people." The rest of the community, meanwhile, are going, "What the fuck did they just say?" They are the bad people in the community. The hell they just say about the rest of everybody over here smoking like a gram of pot? The fuck did they just say? These crackheads. Like, are you serious? And here they are never mentioning their own massive drug dealers. They're big city ones. They're not mentioning their own traffic. And I think that's what set Dawn off for all the phone calls with the N-bombs, and that particular call with Ziggy was I had done live on my Facebook, because we'd all been asked a set of questions in there that the whole community laughed at when we all got together and were talking about it and see each other. He was trying to put his own like Scarface type of big city traffic with POC rolling in these big Suburbans like Scarface through Ben Hill, trying to make them like they were some other type, but into somebody else's traffic, right? The cops looked at us and laughed while they're asking us. We all slow blinked back at the cops and we're like, "Are you serious?" Dawn said that and they were like, "Yeah." And we're like, "Oh, hell." We all had a good laugh. And then as community members started saying, "Like, did the cops ask you?" And we're like, "Hell yeah." And we all were like, because we know it's false targeting by that damn hill. It's just enough of their own truth trying to mix in and sling it at people it doesn't belong at. It's bullshit. And that's
How
what
did
they
he
try to
think
do the whole
handing out
time.
that? How did he think handing out 2 grand worth of crack was going to make him look good? That's the interesting part, that I think that he thought that narrative was going to be helpful.
I don't
Like,
think
and
that
I mean,
happened.
he has to admit that he bought that crack. Now he has to say where he got that amount from, which
Well,
means
see
someone
what I
is
keep trying to tell you all that nobody's listening to. They always have money. I know you all think they're poor because of how they look, how the house is. They have always had money like that to drop at them. I mean, a dime's notice. They do have money like that.
Yeah, that's common in this area for people
Well, for
to
people
look
like,
for, and they have
like,
money. I'm from here,
like,
Jody, too.
yeah, and like my own family, like you would not think. Well, I mean, like my pap, when you see him out, like it was, you know, like down to earth type. My ex neighbors, I mean, others in the community, they live and they look like some of the biggest businessmen around here that are part of the, you know, the commissioners and all these people that are rich. They dress normally. They don't show it off. You would never guess in a million years what they're actually worth. Candace and Dawn are a little different, though. There's something there, but Candace does not have money. Dawn does. He controls shit that way, but they do have that type of money, and they can drop it. He can go on 3-day benders a lot to bigger cities, and he comes back with money. That speaks of some control of his use and of, you know, yeah, I mean, it's a thing, but I've been trying to tell everybody for months, nobody listens. So that he could afford that much is not beyond the realm, but that he did so. No, what he means is he went down there recently on another fucking bender, and the cops followed his dumb ass, and now he wants to pretend in his own mind and wants to offer it out because he knows, like the rest of us, the cops are watching these streams. They're watching all of us through this. And he wants to be like, yeah, let me see if I can confuse them with more lies, like the feds are stupid. Or like any of you all are stupid. You know? Nobody's stupid to think somebody's going to give out $2 grand in crack. No. Be like, and
I
then
would be
run
on
them.
terms of drug distribution. How is that not drug distribution? He should have been charged for it. If he's
Just
going to
because you give it away, it's still crime to possess that for sure. And then I outrun them. Like, what? They won't even let you completely away with the DUI, bro. They're not letting you away with $2 grand in crack and outrunning them.
Josh, is that really you?
Oh yeah. Is this the 5 o'clock free crack giveaway?
Jody Sue, was he home that day?
Dawn?
Yes.
You know, there was no noise from that hill. I recall kind of faintly early that morning hearing gravel could not they were leaving. But nothing much. And then during those critical hours, there was there kids. There was no kids playing, no doors shut, no camper doors, no anything. No dogs barking when we were out on the hill like they should have been. There was nothing.
Hey Pam,
Jody Sue?
I keep muting you while you're not talking because you have a background. You have background noise.
Oh.
That's why I'm muting. Oh, sorry.
Jody Sue, I have a question. So did Dawn control Candace? Because when I watch like Chris's videos, you notice she's always looking out the side of her eye at Dawn, and he has his arm around her at all times to make sure she doesn't.
That I know the internet's trying to turn it, and this was part of, I think, why the internet thought I was trying to protect Candace. There's a domestic violence thing there, right? That connects us in a way. But I've heard those children come out far more often and say, I've never heard them come out and say, Mom's hurting Dad, but I have a million times, including right before all of this, heard them come out and say, in a chained effort, one will tell the other, come out to the oldest and be like, Dad's being mean to Mom again. And if you watch his behavior through the women he talks to, look what he's doing. He's over flirting with them. He's doing whatever. He's gaslighting, and Candace is obviously intoxicated. It's going to make it worse. She's used to this her whole life. She has her own anger issues. And if you notice the age difference for her being poor, part of the system, she probably married Don and got with him thinking, well, look at this lifestyle. This is great. You know, at least free booze, whatever, right? So,
Yeah, I really believe
No,
that she's
we
not
just
like
dropped. She'll probably be back.
that she's not the greatest person, but I'm probably the only one, but I really do feel like Dawn is the one that set this all up. Candace is part of it.
Oh, Jody, so you dropped for a second. I don't know.
I think it's a storm starting to move through, but
okay.
It's always him that has to go to the bank. He has the cards. He keeps the money. That's why Candace is doing so many free activities with the boys. She doesn't have money to do it, but he'll leave her with like 20 during the day or whatever. And when Grandis is around, she has a little bit more freedom in what she does, because I'd say some of that money comes from Grandis, to where she's able to do and come and go a little bit more, you know, paid activities, a little more things, you know.
I think she feels more protected when Candace is there, or when Grandis is there. I feel like she feels more protected.
Yeah, there's a reason Dawn doesn't like Grandis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because I like one of the last episodes, Grandis is the one that called the police, and Grandis will help Candace leave for months with the kids after a domestic violence situation. And honestly, the kids are calmer, a little better behaved when Grandis is there. There are less teens, less partying, less everything. But
Right.
Grandis has her own little flavor of freaking wonky, so.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I really do feel that Dawn is the one that set this all up, and Candace was, I mean, he's setting Candace up right now to take the fall because he doesn't want that third.
Often, but he's also setting anybody and everybody else up he can get it to stick to since day one, is my feeling.
Yeah, that's true.
However, I think, and I'm starting to think some things that I've not said publicly, just because of, I'm sure Josh knows kind of where I'm going with my theory. You know, and I'm, you know, but yeah, I think there's something up with the way I first met Candace the first time I met her. And I think sometimes the right people and the right predators maybe meet each other.
I agree
and
with that.
y'all have your own roles. Possibly.
Josh, I caught you live the other day with the wheels on the bus coming off. That was amazing. I think you do really, really good work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I
and
like
it just so happens that Don has a bus in his front yard.
It runs though. Grandis, that's her bus, not Dawn's.
Yeah, I can see Grandis just trucking
And
down.
they brought it back on the trip that Dawn was so pissed about, because they've been gone for months after he beat the crap out of Candace, and he was so pissed she'd taken Summer. And then when they finally come back, Grandis has that bus, and it sat down there at the main road for a while, and then they finally brought it up hill, and good God, you should have heard that day. And then it wasn't, too far after that summer bench, but it runs good shape. But she was planning on making it into like an RV or some, I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Partridge Family bullshit. I don't know.
I'm guessing it's gonna sit there for now.
Yeah, it's my guess too.
Until she needs to run off again.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, Don, he's just lost it. I mean, he's my whole theory on Don now is if he doesn't know what's going on, it's because he's being willfully ignorant, or he's involved, and neither one of them are good scenarios. So, I'm
gonna go with the latter.
Yeah, well, there's more than one way to be involved, though, right, Jody Sue? Like, you can still be involved after the fact. Like, if he came home, something happened, and then he helped out, or he's just keeping his mouth shut, I mean, that's still being involved.
You know, my first videos, Josh, public kind of caught on to something I wasn't going to say then, and I'm still trying to. They noticed, they're like, well, she never says, well, Dawn wasn't there. I'm like, well, you know, common sense, though, right? Is it work? But it was literally in my stomach. I could never say 100% he wasn't. And because of doubts we had because of Utah and because we were digging for proof on stuff before Summer went missing, a little too fucking late on that front. But we've been digging because we knew something was wrong. We just couldn't figure out what. I couldn't with a straight face say, but I thought with a straight face I was saying, well, I don't think Candace is involved. But now, judging by that last vid chat her and I had, and seeing more tears from her and emotion that night, knowing she was lying to me, knowing she helped target my kids and I, and all this other shit. Then she had that first day Summer went missing, and I caught her at the creek and we talked. And she was like, Summer's missing. I was like, I know. I was like, I'm looking and everything else. Knowing she showed more emotion in that fake ass con video chat she had with me the other day than she had for Summer that first day. I'm like, nope, no more. That face was a lie. There's something wrong. But Dawn, those first few days when I made that first 16 on those videos, I couldn't with a straight face or a heart say Dawn's not. And so I just avoided it. And the public sort of caught on to it, but I was like, nah, it's not what I mean. You know, just, you know, but.
One of the things that really was weird, if you remember when, I can't remember, it was like Squall's channel or something that she was on, and
Oh, don't say that name. If you say it 3 times,
I was about to say you're gonna Jody Sue's favorite person there.
I figured Jody Sue has a lot of good friends on here, but
oh yeah, they're down there somewhere.
When I was watching that, and she's bawling like she always does, and I'm not exactly sure if she says I want to tell what happened to Summer. I wish I could tell what happened to Summer, but after that, Dawn says, well, why? He says, well, why do you think I'm back to this whole time, baby? Like he's putting all his faith in what she has said. And that's him basically saying, look, this is your deal. I'm backing you, but whatever happened to Summer, when it comes down to it, it's on you.
I don't know if it was AB or you, somebody the other night that was going through one of their first interviews on the one where she's so messed up, right? And they're sitting there. And it was the one with Ansley Daniels, and they're sitting there, and Candace is allowed it, so it was harder for her to control her facial reactions. But Dawn says in that part, he goes, about her being kept or her being dead, and Candace immediately is like, the look on her face is, but to me, it says, well, what the hell do you mean? Like, almost like you told me it would be okay, or she's going to be okay, or wherever she is. Almost like, but wait, that's not what the hell you've promised me with my daughter.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember that. I saw that.
It was very telling. I think the one theory that I've always stuck with of what happened here was something did very bad happen to Summer. And the one thing I've always thought was Candace needed Dawn to get rid of her, because Candace would have said to Dawn, hey, they're going to find out if you've done anything to her, in a CM way, and they're going to find out. So you better get rid of her. And I think that's really what's happened here. So they kind of got
I think it might be a little bit more nefarious than that.
Well, but that,
yeah, I don't think it's that. I think.
But that's
I really think they sold her.
Well, these are all theories.
Is that the interview where she turned around and if looks could kill, Dawn would have been dead right then?
Yeah.
It was more of a shocked look, like what the hell do you mean?
Yeah, it wasn't.
Like she was still holding up for some sort of, maybe Summer was coming back. But
like
I mean,
somebody had promised her Summer would be okay.
Or it could be, hey, we're going to go on TV. How about we not say Summer's dead? And then he does it anyway because he's a complete idiot.
Well, the thing was, you all started seeing the past language, right? And to the public, it had that Boswell flavor, right? But from hours after Summer disappeared, he was already using past tense with us. He said she was dead, that he hoped she was.
Jeez.
And I told him, I was like, Dawn, because we were all sitting there at the end of my driveway. And I was like, Dawn, have some hope, please. I was like, I'm not big on hope. We know Hope is a cool motherfucker. I'm not big on it, but please give her some hope. You know she can run like the wind. You know that if she gets a chance, maybe she can get away. We're just hours in here, Dawn. He was like, well, I hope so, but I don't think so. And then he went immediately after that, and the person you see in the past few days with his little trolls that are coming from PG and other places are putting out a certain name in chat right now and doxing him. That happened to be the kid's family and Andy's family that came to us, and we're like, dude, this motherfucker's trying to set us up. And I was like, yeah, there's something wrong here. But he went to them and said one of the wildest statements I've ever heard, but because this person has mental issues too, I didn't know how to parse it apart. You have to speak this person's language in order to know. And there was a statement made to them about how Summer was taken and sort of killed. It's sort of a mix between Bible verses, but that Summer was taken to be cleansed because she was dirty.
What?
It's insane.
Hey, Scott.
Like killed, murdered, not just taken, but killed,
Yeah, it's
murdered,
me.
dead because she needed to be cleansed because she was dirty.
Hey, Scott, brave boy.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey, Scott. Long
Hey,
time no
Scott.
hear.
I'm in the panel, Ziggy.
How you like that LiDAR? It's amazing, isn't it, Scott?
That was pretty cool. Did you like that?
I did. I had the, yeah.
You kind of muted out a little bit there, Jody, so I couldn't hear
Or did you guys
I
hear
do.
that also? That Dawn and BK.
And if you notice that LiDAR proves why I can hear the sounds on that hill, unlike other people, it proves why 125 picks up the sound the way it does.
Right.
Did
Yeah,
you
but I
hear that, Jody Sue?
made that long ago. Thank you.
What was that,
was-
Josh?
One thing I wanted to say why I wanted to come up was, back to Jody Sue and her very first interviews. A lot of people were talking about those when she very first did them, or she had done them on Facebook and then they ended up on YouTube. And a lot of people were saying, she's talking in these secrets and these riddles, and people still say that to this day. And Yennefer is from,
And that's true. And I've
she's
said
local.
that. There are
I'm
riddles.
local. Jody Sue is local. In those first videos that Jody Sue put out, if you're from this area, you could read between Jody Sue's lines just like she was speaking it.
Yep.
You really, really could. And that's something that, now, regardless, we can take everything that Ronnie Lawson said, whether the scream was unfounded or not. Jody Sue's already said, throw all that stuff out. Throw out everything that she said. But there's certain things that Jody Sue said from jump, the very beginning since Jody Sue got on YouTube, that are now not from Jody Sue's mouth, but from Dawn's mouth, are filling in the blanks of the things that Jody Sue was leaving out. But being a local, we knew exactly what Jody Sue was talking about.
And I still do that. And Scott can see it. He's local. And he can see what I'm doing. And I'm sure it's not apparent to you all, but I know law enforcement and things like that are seeing and hearing. And it's my easiest method to be like, here, this is what I've found this week. Or here, that way I don't have to make here it is, But also there are pieces in there I still try not to give away because they do, not the police, but others listen and gain, and I don't want them to be able to hide and cover. It's like I won't say outright exactly what pieces I'm still looking for. And things like that. And at the end of the day, it's not my job, right? Not law enforcement. But for me, if I can find a way to delete that scream, if I can find a way to delete this or delete that, then because there are things I'm trying to unlock for me that maybe can be helpful too, somewhere in that case, no matter how this ends. You know, and unfounded to me means they can't prove or disprove, and that's unfortunate. I wish it could. Man, I'm fine with being wrong. Have been since day one. But that car door and that flash of a vehicle and the timelines, and I start putting everything together. I do. I mean, you know.
I have a question. When you said that you saw that vehicle, you saw a flash of red, but it wasn't the same red as the Subaru, correct?
Right.
Isn't, I want to start calling, up, she dropped.
How dare you ask her a question?
I know. Damn.
What were you going to say
She'll be
before,
back.
Josh?
She'll be back.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think she's dropping
I was just-
intentionally.
I was just
Yeah.
saying.
I'll just come back.
Okay.
So my
Continue,
question, okay, so the question is when you said that you saw that red, that flash of red. Now, trust me, I understand what the gravel sounds like, the different vehicles, because I am local. I understand what you mean by all of that.
Yeah.
But isn't,
You know have you watched the video of where Keys is running down the driveway? Have you seen it?
yes.
Okay. That vehicle, when it made its way up that day, not far beyond where Keys, where you can first start to see him and say yucky running down, that vehicle had to stop somewhere up there because there's a right.
Mhm.
And then you start around a loop and you go around their house. That vehicle did not make a complete circle. It did not go up to the main house that day. The traction was wrong on it for the Subaru. Now, whether that be because it didn't go up to the part where that traction would click over for that Subaru, or whether it's that it was an entirely different vehicle altogether, but it was not. It was like the clear coat on it was gone. The red was wrong somehow, or dusty, because there would have been no reason had I recognized it as theirs for me to ask my son, who was that? But that's exactly what I did. Because I had a view, he had it sort of his back turned, and he looked to the neighbors. So I didn't really catalog, but my brain did hear, and, you know, I saw, but there was something wrong with that vehicle that day, and the cops and feds told me as the days went by it would solidify where it was supposed to go, and that would be normal, and I told them not to leave me, to leave it the hell alone, and it did eventually, and they respected that. They were like, we want to ask you more about it, we'll let it solidify, and then, you know, so.
But I always,
Hold on.
if it wasn't, isn't grandmother's, the tailgate of hers a red? And then she didn't go all the way up the hill. Maybe she went part way up.
I
Like,
would have recognized hers immediately. And this was the top of the car, like the window section that I saw.
okay. Because I didn't know. I never heard you specify how much of it that you saw. But in one of the when the what is it called? The droids flew by. We saw that her tailgate was red, and that always stuck in my mind. Maybe it was her, but you would have. I understand recognizing.
And Candace came down in her mom's, right? When she met me, and I know right now the whole big thing is, well, Judy Sue was bone dry. I don't know how deep that dumb bitch thinks that creek is, for starters. But secondly, anybody's paid attention to what I've said from the beginning. I was starting down in the area, you know, where MGL and all them were like, we found drug activity. I've said from the beginning there was a spot there in that curve that is one of two places I cannot see you on that road. And it's where druggies pull in and they use and they toss the needles out.
Is that by the shed?
That's where I was stepping down into to go ahead and go down into the creek. I heard Candace coming down her driveway. I stepped back up out of that spot and onto the roadway. I wait for her for a second. It is so loud who she's talking to. But I'm like, who in the hell's in the vehicle? Or that's a grown, you know, it just didn't. And then she gets there, and I'm confused because there's nobody in the thing with her. I'm like, what the hell? And she was like, Summer's gone, whatever. And then all of a sudden, Dawn speaks up from the phone. She's holding on speakerphone. And he goes, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? And I'm like, oh, there's who she was speaking to. And it is one of the moments that I wish, because I know I heard what they were talking about loud and clear. I mean, they were super loud coming down that driveway. And I wish I could unlock those words. That there was some sort of hypnosis that worked or something, because I have a feeling those words, what was being said, is because she couldn't hear me. I was screaming up at her for I don't know how long. Well, Candace, I hear you all. I'm looking down here. She couldn't hear me because of the way the bank curves, almost like a mushroom out. She couldn't hear me. And so I was just like, this is wasting time. And I went ahead, went to the creek, looked on the right side of the tunnel, looked down to make sure someone wasn't there. Went to the left, started to step down in there and head towards the creek. And here she comes still in the driveway. But now she's all like, she was dry as a bone. I'm like, okay, miss, I noticed details. Then where the fuck is your daughter?
So was it by the shed that you can't see? That, you know, the one that's by the road? Is that where you can't see? Yeah.
That I was at?
Yeah. Well, is that where you can't see really if somebody's there? Is
No.
that shed?
No. That's on the opposite side. That's on the main road. That's
Okay.
where, if you look at the video where Dawn pulls in, I don't know if it was with Doug or somebody has it up. I can't remember. One of them has it up. I think Michelle After Dark has it up. Yeah, she does. And Dawn pulls in. Some of the growth from where the tree cutters and all came through is back, but nowhere near. But Dawn pulls in and he says, the neighbor was there, the boys were here. That's where I was at looking. I and the other neighbor who he's talking about when he points to the left. And that's the main road. The shed's not far from where I was at that shed, the big one.
Jody, so I've got one question that, and you may have clarified this before and I just haven't heard it. I thought originally, like Jennifer was saying, when we had the drone fly over and we saw that the tailgate on Grandis's truck was red, I actually thought for a minute, you know, I was like, well, I wonder if maybe if Jody Sue just got a glimpse, that could have been it. And then I heard you clarify that that wasn't it.
Mm-hmm.
What I haven't heard you clarify, and I don't even know if you can say, and if you can't, I'm cool with that. You know, we've talked tons. Is it possible, or did you ever see that vehicle that went up the road, Candace's road, come back down?
The driveway, the flasher. That's the thing. Once my son said, and I have clarified, but once my son said, well, it's neighbors, and then he finished checking the lines and all that, we kind of turned around, went back to the cabin and paid it no more, never mind.
Okay.
And
That's
then,
fair. That's fair.
Because I thought, you know, but I don't recall hearing any gravels after that. There was still no dog barks. There was nothing that day. But,
Well, the reason I was thinking was, you know, Candace came down the driveway talking to Dawn on the phone and everything, and you had already been down in the creek. And then after you talked to her, you went back down into the creek. And what I was wondering,
into the creek area right there where the drug activity was, right?
What I was wondering though was while you were down there searching the creek, your mind was focused on something else. Is there a possibility that car that went up could have coasted down quietly and you never paying any attention to it because you were focused on something else? Candace was distracting. Huh?
Well, you gotta think, if that screen matters and it can't be like deleted somehow, or there's no other explanation, or whatever the hell happens to that, right?
Right.
If that's the point of something, though, what you have is 4:30, 4:42 at 6:09 when I was coming down the hill, but they don't make the first calls to law enforcement till 6:30, which I find weird because anyway. But what you have is Candace, midway in between 6:09 and whatever, coming down the hill. I'm just right there at the creek area, which is not far from our driveways. I'm starting to go in. I talked to her for a minute. My other neighbor comes out, the one who helped me search. He took the bank. I went into the creek. And what happens is at that point, there's many witnesses coming out, right?
Okay.
She goes to the end of Ben Hill. And if you know where that creek's at, following it like I was, with my feet in the water and things, I could still hear and see her. And there are many points I was still tracking her and her movement, and she was coming and going. And what she was doing was she was going between neighbors' houses, rushing to them with different stories. And then she says she come back into the holler a few times. She went down to the churches, which aren't that far, right? And to me, it would make sense if, like, you think, well, Summers walked the road or something, and you would go down to both. But they're not that far, a minute or two either direction. And, but I don't recall her going left in front of me to Mount Carmel. She may have gone right, but it seems like by the time cops show up, I mean, she's there. I hear her talking most of that period to other neighbors showing up. I hear her voice down there on the phone. I can see her for the majority of that. She eventually, Andy pulls in. He talks to her. I can see and hear that. Don catches me in almost the same spot. When he pulls in, he sees I and the boys and the other neighbors that's helping me still at that point because it's only us as adults and then the boys over there. And then, Andy's already talked to me. Candace is still sitting there as the first two cops come in. As I can see the boys, the first cops back on Simpson. There's just no way another car come out of there and we didn't notice it. There was too many eyes by that point.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there was an hour plus timeline there, that's,
That's the time that I'm wondering about, where your son said that, or your children, I don't know if it was your son, but one of them said, I asked the neighbors, and then you didn't think anything about it. Could they have left then quietly to where you wouldn't notice?
I wonder that because, I went back to the cabin, started getting ready. This and that, the other.
Here's basically what I'm thinking. You hear a scream between 4:30 and 4:42.
Yeah.
Candace is not paying attention to the kids out playing. You hear that muffled scream because Summers getting put into a car. You don't know that yet because you're thinking that, it's just the neighbors, no big deal.
Well, to me, I knew whatever it was, it clenched my gut, but I was trying to dismiss it and excuse it and find a reason for it.
Right.
Yeah. That's natural, I think.
And I'm just wondering myself if you truly heard a scream, Summer was put in that flash of a car that you saw. You didn't think nothing of it. You had a gut feeling, though, and that car just coasted down the hill, and
I'd still hear gravels because no one put BS like when he was sliding out for his 3-day bender, stuff like that. But I wasn't paying attention any longer, right?
Right.
Because to me, in my head, it's one of those. So, that is a very real possibility that I did. I obviously missed something that day, right?
Right. Well, I'm not saying that, trying to, say that you were at any fault or anything. I'm just saying, is that a possibility that could have happened? Because you saw the flash up there, and then there's all kinds of people around, but nobody ever sees that car leave. So when did that car leave?
I think there's a possibility other cars went up the drive that day. That I didn't see or hear. We were being pretty loud, But the dogs were missing. the dogs were missing that whole day. So there's a good possibility. And something woke me up. If you look at the messages I have on my Facebook, between Andy and I that day, given my timeline, there's a spot there at 2:40 something where I'd only been asleep for a few minutes, and something woke me up. There was a noise that initially woke me up out of a 10 or 15-minute nap. And the woodcutters, as I recall, cut out just a little bit early that day. That's why I thought the door slam was weird enough to go.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Easy.
That's why I thought that door slam was weird enough to go out for. I thought, who in the hell's straggling them when I hear the noise, when we hear the scream or whatever. I think, man, like, that's so far from when we heard the door, but in my head, I'm like, oh, well, it's one of the stragglers. And I'm like, even you know it better, you dumbass, because there's no way they would straggle that long behind the rest of the crew leaving into that door slam you heard. You know they ain't hearing no kick no damn dog. That wasn't a dog's yelp. But I was doing anything to excuse it, and my kids were like, no, Mom, that's the kids. That's the kids. But to me, that meant the boys, not Summer. And
Can I ask you, Jody, so about that? Would your dogs have alerted to that at all?
What?
If her dogs, say her dogs weren't there, which is I find weird that none of her dogs were there. Did you have any dogs that would have alerted to anyone hanging around?
Yeah, that's the weird part. My dogs that day kept staying super close to me. And generally speaking, if the other dogs on the other hill were gone, running amok, playing out in the creek, doing whatever, mine, if loose, were doing the same thing. Boucher them loved the creek. They would run with the others, especially since they were partly their pups. And they weren't. They were staying really close that day, the day before they'd been acting off. But as I and my son kept going out, Boucher and Elwood would stay right at my feet, and they would look over there. And then I know that during one or 2 points, Boucher had like done his little booth towards over there, laying in the cabin floor, and it was like, but he kept being weird. Elwood was just his usual kind of dumb self, but Boucher kept just looking that day. It was rather strange. And then one of my other neighbors made mention, and I don't remember if it's not summer. We were all out on the road, and the teams were starting to pour in. But it was either that night or the night dogs had, been there. But one of it mentioned seeing my dogs down there in a place they do not hang out. But my two were just sitting at the bottom of our driveway staring over there. And they thought that it was real strange because they knew them not to be like it was. There was something about my own two dogs that wasn't right that my neighbors took note of. And I don't know why. Still don't. And then for the rest of the time that, search teams, things like that were in and out. Obviously, we had ours up, so it didn't bother scent, didn't mix things, didn't, bother their dogs, that type of stuff. But they get loose every now and then, like the Rogersville Journal or whatever, the Review. A couple others, they met my dogs instead of Candace's because they were put up somewhere. And they're like, oh, these are the nicest dogs. And here I am seeing my own over there. I'm like, yeah, that's why they're mine. That's why they're quiet and not barking. You've got my dogs, not their dogs. Where the hell are their dogs today? Because their dogs, for all that time, still weren't coming back and forth right. Even, when at first, of course, that could be excused by the traffic cops, the helicopters, but still not right even for them. And then after that traffic died and everything was normal for, what was going on there, they still never came back right. And they were still going to locations they shouldn't have been, by ways they shouldn't have been, including Summer's favorite. And I don't know.
How unusual was that dog activity?
Oops, something's echoing. I don't know.
how unusual was that dog activity, Jody? Because I've heard it mentioned a few times that the
On a
dogs.
scale of 1 to 100, 100% weird.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Where could they
And
have
we
gone?
in the community noticed it and offered GPS trackers, but nobody was going for that.
J. Marie, I think you're. Let's see. I think it was J. Marie is echoing. I'll keep talking. Sorry. We'll see. So that was completely abnormal comparatively. Very interesting.
It is very interesting. I'll jump back down, Ziggy. I just wanted to ask Jody Sue about that because here's the thing with me is we've got such a big timeline. I mean, even if let's say we broaden it all the way out to 2:30 when they dropped Hunter off, and then we go all the way to
2:30.
6:25 or whenever when the
As a
911.
local Scott, does it make sense to travel the way they did and do
No.
what they did after and right before dropping Hunter off to you?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. Yeah.
No.
And that milk, we all
So-
know you can do that price list, right?
Yeah. I was there today.
Y'all know how cold that cooler is.
Yeah.
For that milk. Why is there fucking condensation on that milk an hour plus later at 3:09?
Yep.
Because it was in there for longer than what they said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can look from if you map
Yeah, but
from
why is there
Allie's
condensation on milk
driveway
that
to
you can
Candace's driveway is like 22 minutes.
Yep.
We actually had people drive it.
Yep.
But
like I told them, I drive that
to
often. Same drive to the hospital. Because
Yeah.
Scott knows if you have to come from Beach Creek in an emergency situation, you're by driving your half dead self out of there than waiting on an ambulance.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can make that drive, and I mean, I have a million times. I know what it takes, but the path in which that was taken and why in the hell there's condensation on milk that comes out half warm from that cooler an hour plus later, like 2:33, 2:30 to 3:09 ish. I don't understand.
And
Is
it
it
also
possible
there
that
wasn't
the
high,
milk jugs were empty?
there wasn't high humidity that day either. That was a low humidity day. It was between 76 and 78 degrees that day.
Right.
Is it possible that those milk jugs were empty and not actually full? I've heard that said a couple of times. Now, if that's true, that throws out what she was doing that day. Because
I
why is
believe that
she
brand
leaning
of
on
milk.
that?
That's not a white jug. That's actually the milk in the jug.
Mm-hmm.
Was it not, Scott?
That I couldn't answer and be 100%
I have
positive.
to look back. I think that was store brand. And I'm pretty sure those jugs are clear, and that was the actual milk. I have to
It
look again.
is. It's the Prairie something brand. Because I was there today. I was at Price for Less today. The one off of
John B.
Thank you, John B.
It's called Price for Less. Oh, I thought
I
it was
call it Price for Less. It's Price for Less.
It's probably.
Oh,
Yeah. I think it used to be IGA or something like that.
okay.
But why
The
would you
reason
come?
I was asking because if you get that broad timeline from 2:30 to where they drop Hunter off, your timeline of 4:30 to 4:42 shortens that for me by 2 hours. And I feel sure because you've told us all, so I'm taking you at your word that the TBI has seen your text messages.
I mean, they're up for the world to see. But yeah, they
Right.
have. I mean,
So
first, second, it's like, here
that
you go.
tightens up those 2 hours.
But
to
that
where
doesn't
we
mean
really
they're
don't have
right.
to.
They may have
Huh?
evidence showing why that screams deleted. You know what I'm saying? They obviously have stuff we don't. You know what I
Right.
mean?
What I'm saying though is there is documented record from your phone that the TBI has that shows that you were contacting Andy because of something.
Well, when I was
And
the
that
reason I
shortens
had
that
that
timeline
time,
down to 4:30 to 6 o'clock.
yeah,
So
6:09 is when I was coming down the driveway at the top before I lost my Wi-Fi signal. I sent that last text telling him I was going down anyway. I'd see him and whatever, but it was 6:09, and I started down the driveway. By that time, they're already calling for summer. So 6:09, they're already yelling for summer.
right.
Is it possible that the timeline of the electronics could be off because of how bad the reception is on that hill?
Not like that, no.
I
If you
don't
can get
think
a text message out, you can get a ping on your phone.
You see what? Mine was through Messenger because I didn't have a cell phone. Mine was
Okay.
through Wi-Fi.
so. It would have been off of towers and satellites
It
within.
was through my internet service on the hill, and my phone is an auto update. So it's through
Your-
Facebook Messenger, and it was 6:09.
Your internet provider would show up on that exactly when.
Yes.
See, that's why I'm putting so much into your communications at that time, because regardless, it shows without a shadow of a doubt that you were making contact with Andy about something at that time.
Yeah.
And, like you said, everybody's seen the message and everything like that. So that really shortens down for me, the period of time that we're looking at. Like, again, folks, I'll jump down and let you guys continue talking. But like I said, go back. It's like I tell everybody, regardless of what you think about any of these people, Dawn, Candace, Jody Sue, Andy, Jenna, I don't care. Put aside the way you feel about the people and listen to what the people have to say. And that goes back to what I first came up here, because the stuff that Jody Sue was saying in her Facebook Lives at the very beginning, those gaps that people were complaining about that Jody Sue was leaving out are getting filled in. And not that us locals are any better. It's just we live around here. We know when certain things are said, what certain things mean.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things, there's a lot of things that I think Jody Sue says that are nuts. There's a lot of things that I say that Jody Sue thinks is nuts. There's tons of stuff that we all think that Dawn says is nuts.
Oh,
But there's some stuff that we believe Dawn says is true, like Jeannie and Mary.
I want to catch you before you go anywhere.
If we look at all that stuff and we listen to what's said, we do what we should do and see if we have different sources saying the same thing. And when we've got that, then we can kind of count on that something. We've got different sources saying something about a scream. We've got Jody Sue, we've got her son. Okay, and I'm not going to bring your other child because she's young. But then we have the other person. We've got Don saying down at the creek, he looks over to the left and sees his other neighbor. Jody Sue says she's down there at the creek with the boys and the other neighbor. Don says the boys and the neighbor. So there we've got two sources that are saying the same thing. So we can count on that as being true. And that's kind of what I look at, is listen to everything that everybody is saying, because it's going to make a difference. Like Jody Sue said, she's trying to work out things in her mind, just like we all are. She was there.
Yeah.
He is the only person on Ben Hill Road. Hell, for Beach Creek in that matter, that has shared any information with us besides the main suspects that were there when Summer went missing.
Yeah, that's true.
Scott, did any of your genealogy looks did that give you any, I know I gave you a background on the family, but did it help bring closer to what happened to Summer?
Well, the reason I was interested in the genealogy is, like I said, I went to high school with the people that live in Beach Creek. Hawkins County and Sullivan County are real close to each other. There were 2 middle schools that we went to. When we finished 8th grade, we all merged into one high school.
Yep.
Which had people from Sullivan West, which was in Hawkins County, and people in Colonial Heights, which was in Sullivan County.
Yep.
Those merged together to Sullivan South High School.
Oh, you just answered my question that I asked you in private chat.
So
we're all Sullivan, and Sullivan babies.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm a Sullivan
So,
South graduate.
when I saw the news come across WJHL, my first thought was, holy shit, that could be one of my friends' kids, because I've got a lot of friends in Beach Creek. I mean, I can show you my high school annuals. They're filled with Dykes and Barretts and Lights and Morlocks and Mals.
Yep.
Jody Sue knows every one of those names.
And see, not only does Andy's family come from there, but mine comes from there as well. Like,
Jody Sue, I've got Hills in my family that my great aunt, my grandfather's sister, married into the Hills.
In fact, because the Hills and Smiths were the first 2, they owned all of Beach Creek.
Right.
So means you are kin to Andy.
So I looked at who is Don Wells, because Jody Sue knows all of those families that have been down there. There's never been any Wells down there. So I wanted to find out who Don Wells was. So that's why I started looking through the genealogy, and I found out through marriage, through his dad, that his dad was related to Lights and Barretts in Beach Creek. So that told me that more than likely Don knew a lot of Lights and Barretts down there.
Well, see, the Barretts come back in. Pleasant and all them are Andy's family, and that's Don's stepfather. Don and them are Miss Goad. Miss Goad was, Mr. Goad's, I don't know, whatever wife, but Mr. Goad is the one that had ties down there in there.
Right.
And that was Don's stepdad, but his stepdad's the one that, I mean, in a way, they're kin back to Andy because it starts before Plez and all them. But the Barretts and all them are Andy's family and close family now.
Right.
But Don and them are technically outsiders. They're not Beach Creek. And Beach Creek,
right.
I know. Don and them mostly hang around the dope down there, not the actual people. And people down there can't really stand them, but they do the best by them because of them kids. That was it.
But what I wanted to see, to answer Karina, was all I wanted to do was establish why Don was in Beach Creek, because that's where Summer went missing.
Yep.
Yeah,
and I found out that through Goad, his biological mom, they were married, so that gave Don reason, because people go visit their mom.
Yeah.
So by going and visiting his mom, because he says in one of his interviews, he said, hell, I've been going down there for 25, 30, 40 years.
No.
That tells me that he knows a lot of, even though, like Jody Sue says, he is an outsider, he's kin to, through marriage, all the people that inhabit Beach Creek.
No.
Yeah.
But
that told me why Don Wells was in Beach Creek. That told me why Summer Wells was in Beach Creek.
Yeah.
And tell you what we're missing there?
I have a question. In a trailer, and from the older neighbors, I learned that it was the same pattern of behavior with like his oldest son that's had a, now the oldest ones that were taken with the first wife. Him and their mom lived in their trailer about where the shed is now, the big one.
Right.
And it was same pattern of behavior. They didn't live there too long. I know that he come back here at one point when he was running for a parole violation, early 2000s. And I know that Miss Goad was weird enough not to have contact with Lita. Out of all the decades I was familiar with that property, down there on Ben Hill and otherwise in Beach Creek, Miss Goad was considered a little strange herself. I never met the lady but like twice. Didn't even know Don existed until we met him a couple of years ago. I mean, like, they're strange. You just don't understand how weird that is for Beach Creek. It's
Right.
strange.
Right.
Auntie M, what are you wanting to say? Auntie M, are you? She has her hand up like she's
Like she's in high school.
Okay, Claudia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, well, thank you. Hi, Jody Sue.
I have a question for Jody Sue.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Okay, I think you're lagged really bad. And I'm gonna kick her real quick and let her come back because I think she's like, go ahead, Claudia. Sorry.
I'll go ahead and jump down too, and that'll clear your panel, so it'll go a little faster.
Hey, Scott.
Thank you, Scott, for coming up here.
Before you go, were you seeing it? Because they messaged me and told me they were just going to send the stuff on to you. And that way they have to go digging for it. Did you get it? Or at least some of them?
Somewhat.
The messages we were talking about a few weeks ago.
No.
Okay, well, I'll send them on then. But they told me they were going to send them to yourselves because they had the whole Discord.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, you left my comment, and then I left you my email, and I never saw nothing, and I thought, well, that's fair, so.
One of the other parties in that Discord said that they were going to send you the whole Discord and turn it over, and said they had to you to save me time. So I took them at their word, and I didn't. So okay, that explains some things, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Hey, Scott.
I'll put my email here in the private chat.
Okay.
And then you can just grab it. Jody or Ziggy's got it either way. But I'll put it in there.
Mine's in the private chat too. So I'd like for you and Jody Sue to grab it.
But Jody Sue, I appreciate you. And Ziggy, I appreciate you. And everybody else, Jennifer, Karina, it was nice to meet everybody. I enjoyed it, and I'll be in the background in the chat listening to you.
All right, well,
and that LiDAR is important, Scott. Keep it pinned somewhere.
I've got another one, but the format, and this is just my fault because I'm technically challenged. We're working on, we can change the format on it because the way that it was sent to me, I can download it to my computer, but then when I try to share it, it's a format that won't let me, the .exe or whatever.
Get back in touch with the person. I promise you they can send you that in the format you need.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott, I'm an IT tech.
You're going to what?
I'm an IT person. I work IT.
Oh, okay.
So if you ever have any questions, holler at me because I've been doing IT for 21 years.
Okay, great.
I'd let the person that sent you that send it to you in those format.
Okay.
Thank you, Angie.
There's my email there in the private chat. Thank you all again.
Hey, Claudia, did you want to say something? Gosh, my wrist is really hurt.
Well, yeah, I'm super happy to meet you, Jody Sue. Kudos to you and for everything that you're doing. You too, Ziggy. You have such a fantastic reputation, and we've started. I loved all the love for Little Miss Summer Wells and the dogs, Jody Sue. I just watched a thing where you were like, these dogs will tell this story. And I 100% agree with you. I do want to know some of the dogs' names, but I also wanted to let you know that I'm in the dog business of 38 years. And this whole story is so tragic. And the things that you've brought to the forefront and other YouTubers have brought to the forefront are horrifying for us moms, grandmoms, women everywhere. The signs, the symptoms. In the video I just watched, I think, who just put it out, where they just did a little clip of you talking about the dogs will tell you the story and the last time you saw Summer.
That's
So,
me personally. I know something's wrong with the dogs. Obviously, I think others feel differently, but I know the dog's behavior at day. It's not just, oh, the dogs are off running. There's something. It's so weird. I mean, look, everything about that day and the weeks leading up to it's a perfect storm. It really is. Or I don't think she'd ever be gone. But
no, why would you think that? I mean, why
I think either that perfect storm of events that was leading up to that for weeks, the things that would either help cover it or help the predator come in there. And there was so much abnormal going on, and visitors and property sales and woodcutters. And if it hadn't been for all that, we could have told you what ant pissed in the middle of the road on any given Tuesday at 2:00. It would have narrowed down immediately to, okay, this is a Boswell situation, or there would have been nowhere near as many, like what if. There would have been, there'd been no question about, like, it would have been this or that and not a million other things, There wouldn't have been shit missed. I mean, even I missed something and I don't know how,
But you weren't looking for it, and I know that you're so convicted by it. I mean, it shows, and that you promote people not making money off of it. I have a grooming salon, and we're all making Little Miss Summer Wells, and I saw one video where one of the puppies' names was Lucky, and we're asking everybody to donate to the Humane Society as they start to turn in dogs and get them neutered and spayed. But we have made Little Summer Wells an official awareness leader of the Paw Patrol, Summer Wells, and Lucky Paw Pack. Wait, I said it wrong, but that's part of it, is that it's a tongue twister, and it makes children giggle, and it makes everybody giggle. And we don't want Summer just seen in a negative light. She was an innocent 5-year-old child that has touched the world, very much like Gabby Petito. She's going to bring awareness everywhere. And I'm praying that when Dawn said the other day that child, she's still alive. And I know, Jody Sue, I know you said that Candace was so sincere that day. Do you still feel?
No.
You no longer feel that she was that? You think it was part of it?
No. And law enforcement kept trying to tell me that. And I was like, nah, I feel like not. And I was like, look, guys, I know their cons. I know their faces throughout the years. I get it. But I feel like the coloring on her face this year, I was like, but I still kept, within with what I seen the other day. And I knew the whole Mary and all that and acting. And I told her, because we still lived there at that point when they pulled that particular bullshit. I was like, Candace, that makes you look like crap. She was laughing about it. And then she was like, oh, yeah, mask back on. Yeah, I know, but Dawn made me do it. And I'm like, oh, whatever. But then that last video chat with me where she tried to get me to change part of my story, where she was doing what she was doing, calling in the calls, the Fed, it was bullshit, all that stuff she was doing. Right before Dr. Phil came out, knowing that money, international attention, all that was going to start flowing. And I seen the tears and the theatrics that night that were even greater than I saw of her the day that Summer went missing or anytime since. That told me. And I knew that she was acting with me on that video chat, that last one we had. I knew it was a con. I knew it was a lie. I knew something was up with it because of what she was saying, doing, trying to get out of me. I knew she was playing me from the get-go on that one at the behest of somebody else. And if she could do that, and with greater tears and acting ability than what I seen that day, when Summer, the first few minutes, she was lying to me that day. Summer went missing, and I no longer believe that face.
So you're saying even law enforcement thought she was faking?
And they told me I was.
They said it to Don too. That's what Don just said in the or who said, somebody said it, that they law enforcement said, we have information that you've I can't even say the word. I can't even say the words.
It was a they're like more like your guts run. I was like, man, my guts are. I was like, I understand they're clones. I've seen them throughout the years. I know what they are, guys. And they were like, look, I mean, like, you know, and I was like, nah, like straight F off, you know. I was certain-ish, you know, at least almost positive she didn't. But I would have maintained that. But what I seen the other day shows me different, and that they did and were able to make me believe for all this time that was genuine and sincere. And watching them target me for the past few weeks, be responsible for the hoaxes involving my name, trying to discredit, trying to do whatever, bringing very real harm and trauma to my own children, while they're sitting back laughing at it with keys and everybody else who they're helping weaponize against my children and I, putting us in very real harm's way, having no problem with my children being hurt, doxxed, potentially kidnapped, or anything else but what they're doing, what Keys is doing, all that. And PG, who's most certainly that Hill's weapon too, right along with Squall. I know that to be true. To weaponize all those people against time, because why would you do that unless you want me to shut up, discredit it? But why? What do I fucking hold that you like are so? I don't understand. So obviously there's something here I'm not that right. And the more they push like that, the more I'm going to push back. The best thing they can do is step the hell off.
Didn't we see a really shit horror show when she pulled that prank on Mary? That then showed me, she can pull it. She can pull a stunt unbelievably. Auntie M, you've been dying. Go for broke.
If she can hear us, I don't think she can hear us is a thing. It's lagged so bad. I don't think she hears us.
I want to know, did Don? I can.
Okay.
I may be. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do.
Yeah. All right.
Did the police show up at Don and Candace's house before Don?
Oh.
Did the police show up before dawn?
Yeah.
Yeah. From what I recall, I hear the two engines from first two police cars coming in, and they were pulled in back, and then I believe that's when I looked down, and it wasn't. I mean, it was kind of like right with each other. The cops, Dawn, Andy, all just kind of right there in the same moments. But from my recollection, like either they arrived just seconds before or seconds after one another, but it was right there, kind of colliding with each other, sort of thing.
Even if we have a look at some of the stuff that happened that day, looking at it all together and then the 30,000 feet view, I think that you've come out with some very insightful things. And Jody Sue, I'm so sorry that your kids got dragged into this shit show. It never should have been one iota part of your children. They would have been traumatized seeing that kids will be, you know, particularly if you believe the Don rhetoric, that someone was up there just taking kids. And I mean, that would have frightened the hell out of your kids. It would have frightened anyone in their right mind.
We're sitting
And
there listening to helicopters every day. We're going through our own domestic violence. Our abuser is using summer situation to further traumatize us. He's sleeping just fine. And here we are, and I'm trying to protect the children. I'm sick. I know for a fact at this point, Dawn is some sort of predator, especially after his sisters come out. Then I'm like, well, there's the damn news we've been waiting on to kind of prove what the hell we've been thinking since Utah. And then you think, well, hell, once this cop leaves the road or this super predator that may have taken Summer, what if they come back and they sneak in here at night? You think all these things, and then you realize that that hill has also had a mass amount of SA and predators on it. You never know who the hell's coming and going. You know, other things are taking place in there that I've still not said publicly that have us all like, you know, and then here you have people like, I mean,
I live in a suburban neighborhood where you'd kind of notice something sticking out, but not like you guys. So it was like this little secluded spot where it would have been really difficult for anyone to just rock up there. And I know that the sale of this recent property did sort of bring out that moment of people turning up there. But I mean, at that particular time, there was no reason for just randos to be up there. If we stick by the time of around between 6:30 and 6 that Summer went missing, according to them, no one would be up there looking at a property at that time. No one would have been around, you know. There would have been no reason for anyone to be up there.
Well, see, they still kept coming till sale was closed and the land name changed over, and obviously this happened summer. Even after Dobbs had finally showed up before the switch was made public on public deed and, you know, accessible, they were still showing up hoping land sale would fall through or, you know, other. I mean, and it was always out of staters. I only remember a couple locals ever showing up, but it was always out of staters. They were showing up even late evening. At first, they had it wrongly listed as 125 instead of as a parcel. And there was absolute puffery, to con-esque territory. What was done to people in Atlanta wasn't right. And it's why we took such a damn exception. They were conning and lying to somebody in a bad way. They were robbing somebody blind with that land sale. And it wasn't right. And I mean, it was like Dobbs even tried being nice to him. I'm like, dude, you've been screwed in such a way that if you complained, even though it's as is where is sale, you could literally get out and see the shit out of somebody, but he wasn't listening. He was too much of an asshole. That's the thing, the 44 photos that exist for that realty thing. If you see them, and I have them all, and the way it was initially advertised, man, it's so misleading. But because of the time of year they take those land sale photos, what they did was they trespassed on ours and then made ours and Candace's blend together. And you could absolutely see the door over there and where Summer would have played. You see the bus, you see all these things.
Oh, jeez. So you could actually look into their property and sort of get a scope for how their land mapped out. Oh, geez, that was kind of like a lying in wait kind of thing. Anyone could have used that.
And the thing is, in this area, there's a lot of out-of-state people moving into this area. A lot.
Beach Creek needs to be shut down like it was. The land sale stuff and the greed going on down there is just too much from the heirs. It's bringing in outsiders. It's opening up a place that the very things that make Beach Creek vulnerable also what make Beach Creek. And people are moving in there for the unrestricted land, but they don't understand they're destroying it.
Yeah.
The very thing that they're moving there for is destroying it, and it's going to take the very real homes and way of life for all these others that have lived there for generations away and turn it right into a damn HOA, and it's horrible.
Yep.
I'm not concerned with
and I know that the land is cheap by out-of-state standards.
It is.
And that's what these snooty out-of-staters keep telling us. Well, you just don't understand what land costs. Well, yeah, I do understand. what your land costs. But what you don't understand is you're still driving up taxes for everybody in here.
Yep.
You're going to force property sales. You're going to end up in a damn HOA. You're destroying this place as is. And you're being screwed too because you're buying offline and all these other things. So no, you don't understand,
Yeah, because
and you just can't make them understand that.
we have people from out of state that are just looking on Zillow or Realtor, looking at pictures, and that's how they're buying the land. Because my grandmother had property on Horton Highway, and I know Jody knows where that is. It was 11 acres on Horton Highway, and a couple from California bought it. They never came and saw the house. Not once did they walk in the house. Not once did they walk the property. And they paid cash for it, and that's what we have going on in this area.
And then they come in and want to tell you how to mow your fucking yard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they wanted to buy the damn lawnmower that was promised to us because we were mowing the yard while the house was up for sale because they didn't have a damn lawnmower because they were moving here from California. And I'm like, no, that's
And they're
not.
like, why are your dogs running loose? Why is this happening? And oh my God. And I'm like, please take the hell back to whatever out of state you ran from freedom.
What's
Hold on.
What's well water? What do you mean you don't have city water? You don't have city sewer? What the hell?
Right.
You got to have it pumped.
And that's it. Like on this particular land sale, they had advertised it to these out-of-staters as having hard internet and sewer and all this. And then we were laughing.
Hard
and
internet?
I know the realtor is a dirty son of a bitch. Personally, all of Beach Creek can't stand him. The realtors in Andy's family have a very real problem with him, and he has a problem with them because he can't ever beat them in land sales. And that's the reason we didn't even know about the property sale until the last couple of days. He says he put up signs. No, they didn't, because they didn't want anybody like, shot, trouble. You know how it goes. And so, anyway, and they wanted to be able to screw out of staters for bigger prices, and that's what they're doing. But I was like, you realize it's not the school, we don't have Wi-Fi here. When I called him personally, he was like, oh, you don't? And I was like, no, idiot. And then he takes it down because he knows he's caught. Man, I try to find a way I can make a comment or anything on half of those sites, and you can't. It's wrong. They should be able to open up comments something so like people like us can tell the truth about these land sales that are going on and keep people from getting screwed, but they don't want that.
I want to stress that I've watched people where I live where they're all moving from other states because we have a lot less COVID, and you need a clear test to get over the border to where I am. And I'm not disturbed by people coming in and out. I think the part that bothers me is when people start thinking that they have a right, the people that have been here longer, that they have a right to sort of supersede that and then say, well, we've been here the longest, so anyone coming from out of state shouldn't be here. I moved, I'm a little bit nomadic, and I've had to move around a little bit with my family because of education, and I had to move them closer to a big city, but without the cost attached. And that's what I
other countries, including yours, have a nicer, you have less in a way of what we have here. And what that is like when somebody moves there from somewhere else, they're not necessarily like here. We have a very real problem somehow still left over from the dumbest wars ever, where people want to come and they think they're better than, and they're gonna tell us dumb hillbillies what the hell we're gonna do and how we're gonna live after they come here for exactly what makes us us. And when you're living next door on property that belongs to my great grandmother, and then you have freaking audacity to tell the 95th generation how they're going to mow their lawn, that's a good way to end up in a hole here.
Yep.
So, it's a little different here than the way you all operate and function in other countries that are just a wee bit nicer to each other. But I do love your use of the C word, which is frowned upon here. It is, however, one of my favorites, but you're looked at real funny when you use it.
I think
Yes,
though,
guys, I'm here.
the bigger the community gets, I think that it might actually expand. It might stop all that whispering of the hill. Like when you think about it, like there's a lot of covering up on that hill. There's a lot of people not saying a lot of things that
We
they
like
know.
our privacy. We
that
don't
should
like
have
neighbors. We
Beg
don't
your
want
pardon?
neighbors. I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, it doesn't matter if it opens up the less whispering in case of a next crime. We live there and we live in places like this because we do not want neighbors.
Yep.
We live here because we do not want to be bothered. We don't want noise. We don't want people. Like, literally go on to Ben Hill, and it's one of those, like, until summer vanished. I mean, like, if you visited, it was because of a sickness or something like that, or a Christmas card, and even a polite conversation, or like, you stay off of my hill and I'll stay the hell off of yours.
Yep.
Like, and we like our neighbors, but it's like, stay the hell to your own. And we mean that.
It's even the same way here
Genuinely,
on
if
my
you have
day.
an emergency or you're hurt or you need food, we will reach out and we love you. But stay the hell on your own property and don't bother us. We do not want neighbors. We
That's
want
why-
that way of life.
That's why you
We
move out
want
in the country.
the secrecy and the sense of community. We can live with both things. Being packed in on each other is also not going to stop the next crime. Look at the kids that go missing in big cities where they don't even know each other.
That's true. That is entirely true. I just think that it sort of has this adaptation of thinking that I don't know, like it's like this really closed off in area where outsiders are frowned upon it, and I don't know if you really want that, particularly in a case like this.
Well, look at it. Summer's the first missing from Beach Creek, so obviously it did something until summer. It kept all the children for generations safe in there. Summer's the first.
There are areas here that are bigger that people move in. There's Johnson City, which is one of the, there's a lot of out-of-towners that move into Johnson City, and it is more of like a city. We have all the city living. We have the HOAs. We have everything that they're looking for. But in the country is where we want to move out to. That's where us locals.
Our families are from. That's family land. That's
exactly. And then when you have a big field behind you that the families own for hundreds of years and they sell it.
Some dope-head tweaker heir thinks, ooh, money, and sells it off to somebody from out of state, and they want to tell you how to mow your lawn. That's a problem.
That's a big problem.
So I have family land over in a place called Nundle. It's this tiny little piece of land in New South Wales. And my family were the original part of how that community started. And piece by piece, I watched that grow. Now, I remember my mother saying to me a few years ago, you couldn't marry anyone from there because there's a good chance that you would be related to them. And that was quite frightening. And then I started to see that my family had donated land for the cemetery and all that kind of thing. And my uncle always said to me, why don't you come and move over here when you want to retire? And I said, because I don't want to be in a place where everyone sort of knows your name. I want to be in a place where no one knows where I am and no one knows how to find me. It's just a lot easier for me. My uncle is still trying to convince me to move over there, and he thinks I'd enjoy like one petrol station and 2 pubs and no grocery store. But yeah, I don't think that sounds appealing at all. That's what parts of Australia are like. It's pretty rural. I don't know what it's like over there.
I have a question, Jody Sue. I was stalked and I lived on a lot of property and liked it by the same scenario where I just didn't want neighbors. But after being stalked and, the whole, my dogs, they would crouch down. I mean, it was a bad scenario. I'm not able to live in that kind of rural area anymore. Do you think you're going to be able to move forward?
Right now, I'm not there. I'm a little bit more where neighbors are. But I don't particularly. I would do better in the middle of nowhere again than I would.
You would
somewhere, but it's because my PTSD even before going there was pretty bad. It's why I kept things so quiet wherever I was. And I was always kind of on alert. It was because of domestic violence, but because of the PTSD I'd already had. And for me, I can hear and sense people and see tracks, and I'm more comfortable away from people and neighbors and things than I am with them. And I can let dogs run to where they're gonna rip somebody's leg off, as opposed to like here, I'm gonna, my dogs are, but
If Don and Candace were involved, even with the perfect storm, do you think this would have happened anyway?
just summer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. And I
It's
don't
an
know who's
interesting
involved, and I
thought.
still can't. That's the thing for me. I'm not going to say outright that it was them. I mean, they're damn sure making themselves look guilty. I'll give them that. But I have since day one. I'm like, man, y'all got to chill. Like, what the hell's wrong with you people? I'm like, why don't you just, and I said the same thing to them. I said to you all, y'all make yourselves look like shit. Why not just come out and be like, yeah, we're like this. They help us find our daughter. And I ain't never did any good. But,
Yeah,
you
the more
know,
honest you are about everything, who cares? Who cares if you did this, that, or the other? Be honest about it. That's it. And if you show honesty, then we see honesty, then people are going to believe you. But if you hide things and you lie and you lie and you lie, that's their whole problem. That's it right there.
The
yeah, but
saddest thing about
all
summer
that could be on purpose to me. I think
True.
some of that's on purpose.
True.
You can
is that
hide
there,
behind that many lies. It's harder to decipher and find the truth through that many fucking lies.
But I don't know. I think Dawn's starting to drop a lot of hints, like you said, and there's a lot
I
of
think he's running out
a
of
lot of
people to swing it at.
possibly, but he's starting to find a whole new audience, I think, because he had that phone call yesterday. And personally, when I listened to it, it was the same shit that he's already said. You need to look at this people. You need to look at the meth heads. Well,
Notice what you're seeing in chats, though, is that certain name he's circling back to again after not sticking for where we at now, 7 months, almost like he's regurgitating and he's targeting again through the trolls, through PG, through all of them. They're putting it out in chats, doxing this person. Other creators don't realize, especially the new ones, this has already been regurgitated, and here they are doxing an innocent person and targeting again at the behest of that damn heel and Dawn and Candace.
Yep.
yeah, they just recently doxed PG doxed Ziggy in some weird article.
And then takes it down because she knows it's illegal.
The goal of these people, they know no boundaries. They've got no shame in their game. I tell you now, Don and Candace, if you can hear me, my God, get your act together and get your damn kid. There is no reason for this type of messing around in this kind of thing. If that was my kid, you would be seeing my face everywhere out there going, look, you can call me names, you can attack me, but find my damn kid. But I don't hear that from either of them.
Right.
They would rather, it seems like, roll around on YouTube all day. And I know I'm here, I see the irony, but Summer's not my child. I'm not her mother, and I'm not her spokesman, right? But when it seems like all they want to do is roll around on YouTube, get fucking high, and pretend like they're being victimized. But they could literally be sitting in front of the damn police station going, hey, look, I know we don't have the best pass. Yeah, I've done whatever to my sister. All these things exist. But please help. Please do whatever. Please. I don't.
I noticed in one of your lives that you go through the timeline too. Don is very funny with his timeline. He doesn't really have a straight timeline. And anything he does say, It doesn't match up with Candace some of the time too. They can't even keep their story damn straight. So for two people who think they've figured it out on how to be the perfect criminals, I will refer back to idiots that do crimes like this together are sitting in cells. I hope that they like what they've created, because I'm watching them and I'm hoping TBI is watching all of their lives and then listening and watching their catch-ups. Because I can tell you now, those little boys needed a
Those
mummy
poor guys
and a
learn
daddy.
to raise us.
After
They
someone
do.
went missing, those boys needed a mummy and a daddy to go looking for their baby sister, because they had the thought too, hey, if they come to get Summer, why wouldn't they come to get me? They weren't even reassuring those boys that they were safe. And can you imagine the language that those three little boys would have heard? They would have heard, oh, you know, you could just go missing, you know, at any point, because playing outside is dangerous. And that sort of thing. Like, they really didn't care about who was going to be impacted by their actions. Worse than that, now we've got three little boys that are traumatized forever as well. And I swear to God, if anyone tries to discuss about what those boys might know, no. I want the authorities to do it, and to do it properly, and to make sure that they are in therapy for the rest of their lives. It's awful.
Do you think they're covering a ring? Is that part of the reason why they're so deceptive? Because Don, then I don't know. I know that he's got prison mentality. And I know that if he thought that he gave people up and he winds up in prison, that there could be problems. And I know that I've heard, I don't know anything, that
They
he
put
was
in special units now. They they make sure the predators are kept from being predated upon, unfortunately.
And then they're randomly meeting people like Benny Keys, like he's gonna, you know, help get Summer back.
Does it make sense to you all that fella goes around?
You guys, I
and
have
he says he's about Summer, but here he is, and he's protecting him. He's doing whatever the hell it is this hill since just a few days after Summer vanished. And he doesn't really mention Summer, but then he says he's about all these children and helping whatever. But here he is, helping very much terrorize, death threats. I mean, all this other stuff to us, the children, the family, all this, and posting our very real location, our house, so others can recognize, putting them in very real risk of kidnapping and all these other things, and doxing their faces, and that's not something you do to children if you're on a true crime community that's supposed to be about children, right? And here he is talking about the Petito case while doing what he's doing to me. I mean, very real domestic violence situation over here. How sick is that? But he's all about Summer. He's all about Karen. He's all about whatever the hell. And PG and the rest of them, look what they're doing and participating in, but they really care about children, domestic violence. Summer? Are you kidding me? What the hell is that?
What is it? What is it? What do you think it is? Do you think it's just for the attention?
Ziggy, what's up? You trying to say something
person?
before?
Huh?
What were you trying to say before?
Oh, I got a call. I guess since I've been so quiet for the past like 10 minutes, one of my subs just called to make sure I was okay. Like, are you okay? Like, have we ever
I've
heard
hijacked Ziggy's channel. My bad.
Yeah, well, they sent me a recording of the things I guess PG was saying, and they thought maybe I was upset. I haven't listened, so I have no idea. So yeah, I haven't even had a chance to listen to see if I'd be upset or not. I'm afraid to listen
I'm
now.
gonna stop hijacking your channel, Ziggy, and I'm gonna drop back down into the chat.
All right, you're fine then. But thank you for coming up here and answering questions. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
No problem. No
It's always
problem.
beautiful seeing you.
Appreciate you having me. I'm gonna get Scott's email there real quick and make sure I have it, and then I am dropping back down.
You can grab mine, Jody Sue. Mine's in the private chat.
Okay. I think I got. the things a minute ago. I want to make sure though that I got everything. But anyway, I appreciate it, Ziggy.
Yeah,
and
have a good
sorry
night.
for taking over your chat.
No, you're good. I like listening.
It was good to meet you.
Sometimes it gives me a
You're
break.
beautiful, Jody Sue. Thank you.
Thank you. And look, your accent makes me happy.
Thank you.
Night, y'all.
Good night.
No.
I don't know, guys, what I did to my. I'm also sitting over here just quiet because my freaking I did something to my thumb, like wrist area. It hurts so bad. It feels like it's broken, and I mean it's red too in that area. It hurts so bad. I keep pressing on it and stuff, and to make it, it's like gives. I don't know. It hurts really bad.
Do you want to sort of stop the live and go to a hospital kind of thing? That's sort of sounding bad.
No, it's not anything I have to go to the hospital for. I'd wait till tomorrow till something's open to. It's just painful. I had to go take a Tylenol. I don't know what I did to it, but let's see here. Reading comments, getting. Oh, wait, did Claudia drop it? Is that you, Claudia?
It is. I just,
Okay.
I couldn't get it back on, so I had to jump back in the studio. I'm also not trying to sabotage.
You do? No, you're good. Do you do YouTube? I noticed you had a green screen.
I do. I just started a YouTube channel. I'm also Hands to Paws, where we're Groom Style Swag, and we are a grooming salon.
Oh,
So,
awesome. So what
yeah.
kind of, are you doing like a YouTube on dogs or?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh.
We're doing What's Up Dog, capital U, capital W, capital U, capital D, as in wood. Where we talk.
Hey, put it in spell it out or if you could keep it the link in the private chat and I'll share it for you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah,
Like
and we're
your
just going to
YouTube
talk
or whatever.
all things dog and
Okay.
search and rescue. We're in a community where we happen to be around some of the major search and rescues dogs. They come into the salon, positive reinforcement trainers, but anything that's about dogs. And because Summerwells and the dogs on the property really caught my interest. So
Yeah. So did they take all those dogs? I know they were. Did they actually take those dogs in?
yeah, they've just reported the Humane Society had tried and written Candace about bringing the dogs in, and they had been ignoring them. And 6 days ago, they actually started bringing dogs in and getting them neutered and spayed and releasing some of them. Got to think Jody Sue would know, but 6 months later, they weren't neutered and spayed. You have more puppies.
Right. Do you know that here locally, that locals have been trying to get those dogs taken in since this case broke?
Yeah, I bet Tennessee. I've been asking people to donate to the Tennessee Humane Society to help them out. Is it Hawkins County? Because I'll start saying, okay, Hawkins County.
It was the Hawkins County, and locals were calling Hawkins County Shelter to try to get them to go up there and get the dogs over and over and over again. And there were a lot of people. I saw a lot of that on Facebook, and people were calling and calling. We were posting the number. And this was when the case first broke, when everybody first heard about the dogs, about her talking about them having the puppies under the house, and that there being 20 some dogs. And I'm glad that they finally picked I'm a dog person. We have 6 dogs personally, but it's been going on for 6 months.
Yeah. So
I have 3 and I think I'm overwhelmed and fluffed out.
We have a dog bedroom. We have a dog lot. Our whole house is dog friendly. Just, I don't know.
Oh yeah, you walk away with more fur on you than the dogs actually have
I
on
thought
them.
that they were just spayed and neutering them. I didn't know they actually took them all in.
They didn't take them all in. They did release some of them, but they haven't taken them all.
That's good, because all they do is just keep procreating with each other, and yeah, that can't be good. All that incest.
Well, they abuse dogs too, don't they?
Do what?
They abuse those dogs too, don't they? So that's enough reason to just say, hey, you probably shouldn't have an animal. Look, if you can't look after a child, you can't look after them dogs either. So if CPS came in, I can't see why the dog rescue people can't get them all taken off them, because they don't seem like they're responsible people. They couldn't keep a plant alive. Look at the plants that the flowers that they supposedly planted for summer.
You mean
Around that thing of summer. None of those look like plants. They look like weeds. And weird stuff. You know, they can't even keep a plant alive. I can't say much. I killed herbs and my children are fine. I think I overwatered them or something. But it does seem a little bit odd that they don't have this part coming in with the dog people. What are they called? Like the dog catchers. They come in and then round them up and make sure that they're safe. But the concern I've got is that they've got so many dogs, is that some of them would be put to sleep because they couldn't rehouse them quick enough.
I think as much attention as this case got, and like we're saying, people, the dog community, that all the dog people are going to go get those dogs. It's just getting that awareness out of there. And I just keep saying, you got to always remember the children and dogs are on the bottom of the abuse chain. So it, you know, unfortunately, thank God the dogs are angels, because any videos I've seen with any of those children, that was the joy in their life.
Sorry guys.
What's that?
Somebody sent me a link or sent me a video of, I guess, her, you know, PG threatening my life and stuff.
Oh my God.
I was just
I'll
pulling
play
it up
it if you like.
to see if it worked. I don't want to listen to it right now because it will get me really upset. So, and this is about summer anyways. We already, you know, I'll listen to it later and see if I needed to do anything about it. But
Can I change the subject real quick?
yeah, go for it, please.
Okay, so I'm the one that brought up the orange drink thing. I don't know if all of you know that yet. And Ziggy. So guess
Oh, yeah.
my
About
son,
the cannelline?
yeah, he was
Okay.
working at the hippie house today, so I visited. So I did find out that, okay, so they don't have the Sunkist in the bottle there. They have the Fanta. They do sell the drink. I still think possibly that it could have been purchased there, but not the Sunkist.
Oh, okay.
And I did take some pictures of the place. I can forward them to you, but it was a good theory, but I'm not sure. I mean, unless they bought it there and poured it into the Sunkist that they bought somewhere else, but they only sell Fanta. They have Sunkist in a can, but not in a bottle.
Yeah.
They're not the first idiots
Hi,
to
Sheila.
decide. Hi. They're not the first idiots to decide to drug their kids. If you remember that thing with Casey Anthony, she looked up how to drug her kids and stuff.
They kept calling her like what, or that whole Zanny Nanny thing. Isn't that where that came from?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're not the first idiots to derive this idea that, hey, the kids are, you know, a ball of fire. Let's give them something rather than actually being parents. I think what's interesting about that is I don't think that that's the first time that they've attempted to do that. I think this time someone might not have been watching how much they could have given up.
Well, you know, the drink that we're talking about, what is it called again? Tell me, Ziggy.
Sunkist?
No, the cannelline. That's it.
Cannelline. Oh, okay. Sorry.
They could have bought it there and they could have poured it in a drink. And depending on how much you pour into a drink, it will knock a child out. And there are warnings on the label on, you know, that if you take too much, it's going to knock you out. They also have a couple other things there that they have some vapes there. They have the Delta 8, the Delta 10, and another vape that's supposed to do like give you a psychedelic high. And I found that interesting too, because remember they said that they bought some vapes and they are disposable vapes, the ones that I'm talking about.
Yeah. What did they call those vapes? I forget. It was something I never heard before.
What?
I don't know. It's not important, I guess, but it just, I was like, I had never heard of that. I don't know. I don't smoke, so.
The name brand ones or the Delta 8 or the Delta 10?
No, just the The
Puff
vapes.
bars.
Yeah, puff bars.
Oh, the puff bars. You mean like, hold on, I'll turn my camera on.
So-
Like I have this one.
Yeah,
But
those
that's
are like
nicotine.
pods
But I
that
think
we
they
fill
have
up, right?
Isn't that what they had, like disposable? Is that a disposable?
This one is a
They-
disposable, but this one is a nicotine. It's not the Delta 8 or the Delta 10. The Delta
Right.
8 or the Delta 10s are like a smaller one. They're like thinner. This one's actually nicotine. This is a cane vape. And they also had the nicotine vapes there that she was talking about that they
You
buy.
just throw that away when you're done with it?
Yeah, you just throw it away. It's like I used to smoke cigarettes, but
So
Okay,
do
you
you
guys.
have to inhale that? Do you have to inhale that, or does that come out automatically?
what do you mean?
So say for instance, if they gave it to Summer, would she have to inhale it?
Yes.
Or does it come out automatically?
So this one, like if they bought one of the disposable Delta 8, Delta 10s or the one of the psychedelic ones, you have to inhale it. But the drink is actually in like, you know, when you go to the pharmacy and you get cough medicine, that type of bottle, it looks just like that type of bottle. It looks like you went to the pharmacy and you bought cough syrup.
Mm-hmm.
Would a child have been able to do it?
Huh?
Would a child have been able to inhale something like that?
You mean the drink or the vape?
The vape thing. Are children able to do that kind of thing, or does it hurt them?
Well, the Delta 8 and the Delta 10s, like
Synthetic.
She probably didn't get a
synthetic
hold of
marijuana.
anything. I'm
Right,
sure
and-
it has nothing to do with vapes.
I don't know.
We were talking about the cannling.
I don't know what the chemical makeup is of the puff bar or the vapes that they bought, the Delta 8, Delta 10. I do know that originally when K2 and Spice came onto the market, they were made of something called Bonsai JWH018, which is toxic to some people in a dose as small as the head of a pin. And so I was wondering if anyone knew what the active ingredients were in like the Delta 8, Delta 10s, and if someone as tiny as Summer ingested any of that chemical, what the potency would be for her. I think
I actually have a person here that could answer that, but I don't know if he'd come in here and answer.
Okay, and I just didn't know if anyone knew that offhand. And I would love.
I remember how crazy that freaking Spice stuff was, man.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I work
tried it
in
before. Whoa.
I work in sleep medicine and I study pharmacology in the brain during sleep. And so to me, that was always something that was interesting. First, the picture of her sleeping, because just the way that the musculature in her face is at that moment, it looks to me like she's heavily sedated. And I can't get that picture out of my head. I think about it all the time.
And that's
I
where I think the cannling comes into play, because it's actually a liquid that they could have poured into a soda. And when you go into the store and you buy it, they give you a free soda to put it in. It's almost like purple drink.
Okay.
They were, and law enforcement was questioning, according to the employee that that works.
Yep.
Works there.
Okay, you guys. I have questions,
Law
and I think
enforcement were questioning about that.
They were questioning about
Sorry,
it.
go ahead, Skilo.
No, you're fine. So to me, I've gone like all the different directions, who did what, whatever. But I'm at this point for the past 48 hours where, like, in my mind, this theory is that Allie. Okay, first let me ask a question. That morning, right, the morning of the 15th, Candace says that Hunter called her while she was sitting in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter says that Candace texted him. To me, I think that's incredibly important. Who was the first?
Right, it is important.
Okay, and so
know that for sure.
I can't shake this thing that it's Allie, right? If we go back to September 2020, because Allie says that the origination of the falling out of her and Candace was September/October. And to me, we know what happened in October. That was Jose, right? So why is she saying September? And in my mind, I think that she found out in detail what was going on between Hunter and Candace in September. And she's already pissed about it.
Or Candace could have been messing around with Jose.
Was he there? He wasn't there though, right? Because he didn't come until October.
So that question's already been sort of delved into.
September's before October.
Yes.
If you watch the Doug recent lives,
Did he figure it out?
So Doug did look into that, and she did seem very, very jealous over Jose, and
Okay.
that does
Oh
seem
my God.
very, very possible.
All right. Okay. So I think in my mind, originally in September, she's noticing this weird relationship, right, between Candace and Hunter. So
Okay.
it's already tense. Now it's October. Hunter's dad comes down, the New York 14, that's what I call them. They all come down, right? And this is in a 24-hour period where the Jose situation happens, and then Allie's statement about that, it hit me, right? She says, Candace did it out of spite. And that, to me, it was like that spite has carried on. Just walk with me on this ride, please. Okay. So they leave on the same day, right? And after that, I feel like it was just this brewing situation, because according to Allie, even she cut off contact with Candace in October. So there's no contact, right, between the two of them. So that morning, why, on the morning of June 15th, why did it change? What happened that changed that dynamic? Like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, like whatever Allie has planned, she said, all right, today's the day, like text her, call her, get her over here.
Now have a look at the theme of them saying that someone tried to Hunter's dad tried to abduct him as well, like with a little operation team. That one did strike me as a bit of a red flag. But the reason I stopped looking at Allie was, here's why. Because she's not very bright and her leakage is massive. She couldn't even hide the disdain that Candace may have gotten hold of Jose. And so if she did it, she wouldn't be able to hide it too well. She's not the brightest cookie in the tin.
So what about Hunter's dad? What about when that day it goes down, all those guys are there, the turmoil happens, and he leaves, and Allie's fuming, and Hunter's dad says, hey, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it.
How long was Jose staying at Candace's house?
So does anybody know the exact answer?
No, I would love to know, though, like, if anybody knows. I know
Did Allie do a 911 call about staying? Yeah. So what was the date of that 911 call? Because she said she was there for a week or 2 weeks staying with Candace in that call.
Yes. Right. And that was, wait, the one about the kids or the one about the domestic?
I think it was the one about the kids, because Allie herself actually called 911. The one about and she was and then she was going to report them to DCS as well, wasn't she, on that call?
Yeah. Did you hear? Yeah. In the call, she says, like, she starts telling the story, and the operator's like, so what do you want us to do? And she's like, I want someone to go up there and get my kids.
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't remember the date of that call, but it was
I have it
either
somewhere.
in September or October.
Yeah. And that would have been after. So Allie left, right? That day she leaves, and then Grandma Candy takes Jose, quote unquote, back to North Carolina. I mean, I have an offshoot theory here that,
Why would she leave her kids there?
Yeah.
I don't think she did. I think what happened is that the kids kept going up there because apparently Allie slept a lot and did a lot of other different things, and they tend to like it up there. I think Candace
they give
was
them
picking
alcohol and
up.
drugs.
Oh, yeah.
So what's the likelihood that like carrying through with the spite comment, right? It's all out of spite. Allie says that about Candace. And I'm wondering, like, this is not even that long of a game, but playing the long game. If you're Dawn and you come back and you hear about the Jose stuff, and now Dawn and Allie are both pissed at Candace, right? And so it's like all of this could be just a spite, like to spite Candace, right? We're gonna do this thing, and we all know about it, and everyone's gonna suffer, but she's gonna suffer the worst because she was the one that was there. She was the one that had her with her, you know, like, I don't know.
But see, what Jose was there when Dawn came home from Utah, correct?
Exactly. He's there. Dawn, she had left, and the kids were there or not there.
That I'm not sure. Because that's where that 911 call would come into play, where she wanted them to get her kids.
I
Okay.
think
What
it's
does
a
her
very
say?
interesting thing that she had this thing, like she even has this story about, where she sees the kids playing in a pool and the kids get into a bit of a fight and she makes two of her boys lay on the hot tar and that sort of thing. So you could see that she was like preempting this thing against Candace. And you could see that they were making like nasty CPS calls and they really were trying to ramp up something. But the part that always gets me to stop to think that they didn't do anything to Summer is because she leaks and she doesn't mean to. And she says things that make her look incredibly stupid. Like there's even one point where you hear her say something about how she didn't tell CPS right away about what happened with the boys and laying on the hot tar. And then she didn't say anything when she seen Summer that day and she didn't notice anything off with Summer. But now she looks back, she suddenly has to have her dig at Summer, at Candace. And the other thing I noticed is that she claimed that she couldn't talk to Summer that day. Why not? And what was different to that to every other time? She's insinuating Summer was drugged, I think. So she's not the brightest cookie in the tin. If she really thought Summer was drugged, why wouldn't she say something then? It's a very interesting thing to watch the way Ali behaves. And if you watch that week what Doug did in that expose of talking about Ali, I know he gets really crude, but he does have a really good point. What the hell does she know and when did she know it? And why wasn't she telling anyone what she knew when before someone went missing? She was so busy at getting a vendetta against Candace that
Yes,
she
agreed.
children in a bad position. She even blamed Candace for losing her job at Walmart over $1 pizzas that was stolen.
I think there's a lot of value in the unmasked interview if you listen to it without looking at it, because of course, we have a tendency to be distracted by all of these different visual stimuli. But if you just listen to the way that Ali answers things, she has a very affected speech pattern when she's like trying to get in these key phrases, right? And I just find it not natural. If you listen to her talk and then you listen to that interview, there's just these little things that she says, like, she's one of my little princesses. And like just a couple of statements that were like glaring.
And there's a hole in the whole Walmart getting fired from Walmart over $1 pizza. Ali was working at Walmart after her interview with Chris and all them. Candace she can't go into Walmart. She's been banned.
Yeah, didn't she threaten to blow the place up because they wouldn't help her out with a phone or something?
Yes, but that was before Summer went missing.
And it's interesting that
Walmarts. Yep.
Why hasn't she copped charges over that? That's like terrorism stuff.
Well, that was in Sullivan County. I don't know. I mean, you're right. But the Walmart she went in, both Walmart. Okay, so in Kingsport, there's 2 Walmarts. There's one on Fort Henry Drive. That's where the first Billboard was. And then there's another one in Allendale. Okay. Ali supposedly, she worked at one of them. I guess it doesn't matter. She didn't work there. She worked at the one in Allendale, from what I understand. I could be completely wrong, but I thought that I heard that she worked at the one in Allendale. Locally, she was getting harassed at Walmart.
Oh.
Locally. I saw local people harassing her at Walmart.
Who, Ali?
Yes.
About the Summer Wells case?
Yes.
Because of the Summer Wells case?
Yes. Because, okay, so after one of the interviews, she was Employee of the Month. Now, I don't remember what month, but her picture was put up as Employee of the Month, and people were harassing her about it over the Summer Wells case. Now, how can she get fired over $1 pizza, Candace stealing one, after Summer went missing and she's banned from all Walmarts?
Why haven't I heard this story about Candace stealing $1 pizza? I don't remember hearing about. Where did that get talked about?
Man, that's been a while.
Wait, McDonough?
That's in the interview with Chris McDonough. She talks about dollar. I think it was. She
I didn't
spoke
know
about
she
the dollar
stole.
pizzas.
Okay, interesting.
It's an interesting narrative that they've managed to build against Don and Candace, as if, you know, look over there, but meanwhile they've got all these shady things going on, and they're all buddy right up until Jose rocks up, and then the girls get a bit jealous with each other over this dude that rocked up. And you know, I find that a very interesting dynamic, that they acted like school little girls over a boy. I would have said, no, screw the boy, we're friends. But instead, they both wanted to get laid so badly that they were like attacking each other.
But Allie was still working at Walmart during the Chris interview. Or, I mean, actually, sorry. She was still working at Walmart when Summer went missing, because didn't she work the late shift and she was sleeping? And Hunter said that she was in there sleeping because she was working?
I'm not sure.
I remember her sleeping, but I don't know if it was because she was working. But I do remember she said, I don't know, does she still work there? Because remember when Marissa or Molly Golightly and them all went to Tennessee recently, and they interviewed her in the interview, or when they're standing there talking about how even the grandmother says she believes that Candace did something, you know, SAH. But anyways, which was very interesting. She
Does
says,
anybody
I have
know
to
when
go
that
get ready
started?
for work.
Yeah.
In the video, she says, I have to go get ready for work. And that was just recently. So, which she might have a different job, but thank you, Matt Willis. But yeah, could be a different job, but yeah, I imagine wherever she's at, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Does anybody know if she mentioned that she was still working? Or
the photo that I saw about her being employee of the month was after Summer went missing. Now, I'm not sure what month she was employee of the month, but they showed it was on one of the Walmart sites, and it had Allie's picture on there. And locals, I'm not saying a lot, but there were locals on there harassing her about it. And it was after some of these interviews that she had done.
Yeah, how would they enforce a ban? This is a good question, Mama Steph. Serious question. How does Walmart enforce a ban on someone? She could probably still shop at other Walmart stores, and they wouldn't notice if she didn't use a card with her name on it. Yeah. I don't know. Is she banned from all Walmarts or just that one Walmart?
You'd assume that if you threaten to blow it up, it'd be all of them.
Yeah.
I would think so, but how would they enforce it? You know what I mean? They probably don't. Because how are they going to know?
I wonder if there'd be computer technology that could pick it up the moment.
No, how would like Walmart know if she's shopping at a different Walmart somewhere?
By her walking in and the camera spotting her facial.
Well, they're not going to know.
Paying attention.
They'd have to be looking.
Right, if they're paying attention.
Unless they have like a list of people that'd be a lot. I don't know how they would be able to really enforce that. Maybe if they got in trouble at a Walmart again and they find, the cops are called, then it would probably be some kind of charge, like trespass. It would probably be trespassing.
Can I answer a question from the chat? The president guy said he heard that Ali was fell asleep on the toilet. Hunter said that.
Yeah.
I've heard that before. It's quite funny, and that's something Doug makes comments about all the time. I think the thing that's interesting about that is that your legs would get a bit numb and you wouldn't have much movement in your legs, if that's true. And I think the interesting part about that is that's a sign of probably drug use. If you're able to fall asleep on the toilet, you can't just fall asleep on the toilet.
People who have sorry.
What's that one? I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Untreated. If they have sleep apnea, that's not treated. So if somebody is morbidly obese with a large neck and it's not being treated, then they can fall asleep anywhere. I've had patients sleep on the toilet for a while.
Well, yeah, my ex was like that, but he wasn't like morbidly obese or anything. But
no, that just raises the probability of her having that.
Well, he's chubby. He got chubbier over the years, but yeah, he could sleep anywhere. It was ridiculous. It was kind of scary because at night driving, I'm like, I don't know if you should drive because the darkness would make it worse. But yeah, he could probably sleep standing up, like if he was leaned on a wall. It's
I've
crazy.
seen it happen.
That's scary. I think that the alley dynamic also shows that that they all sort of had this crew thing going on, and they were all very similar in nature. So I think it is important to look at the kind of friends that Candace and Don had. And Ali is that dynamic. And whether she likes to play it off as, oh no, we weren't friends anymore, and acting like schoolgirls and fighting over a boy, and that was so much of an important issue. Wow. I think it's an interesting thing to have a look at the people that they were hanging around in terms of not just those people, but then they're talking about how they've only just found out that other sex offenders were around, as if they weren't hanging around a whole bunch of people that were sort of like this already, as if it had to be someone off the property, not people that they were actively inviting to that property, which is another way of Don saying, look over the road, look somewhere else, look down, look 8 kilometers away or whatever. It's a very interesting thing that Don has tried to do from the start, is don't look on my property, which makes me wonder, why doesn't he want people to look around his property?
So my girlfriend got arrested for stealing and was banned from all Walmarts. And she shops there and even uses her own debit card. And that was over 7 years ago. Yeah. I think if you just get caught somehow, like if you do, make another scene and how many kisses Ollie have? Well, I thought it was
3,
4, but you think 3? Well, H, what the True, Bear, the little 5-year-old that she, I guess, signed over to, I don't know. And there might be one more. Who's red? I don't know who the redheaded child is. Like, is that her? I've been trying to. I have no idea who that. I noticed a redheaded girl who had like fluffy hair, but I'm not sure if that's Allie's child or I've seen her in pictures with her, but
I tell you now, all of those children are a good moment to stop and look at how sad that is and why you should just hand out free like sex ed stuff like condoms and pill and all that kind of stuff. This is why you should, because these people breed and they don't think about the people that they're making.
They're called breeders, not parents. They're called breeders. All they do is have children and they don't care about them.
And you talk about how there was talk that they were meant to give Summer away at some point because Candace didn't want a girl. That this is a sign that all of them should have had birth control. Just hand it over to them for free. This is the biggest
at the health department for free.
It should be everywhere all the time, and this way you would reduce this amazing amount and teach it in schools. I know here you have to teach this stuff, and if you don't, it turns into a real problem. So our states, you need to teach in schools, about sex ed and about birth control and about how women have autonomy over themselves. Sort of seems like these women just sort of have these babies for a welfare check or to keep a man or to do all these other shady things. And this happens worldwide. This isn't like a phenomenon just kept there. I've seen it here and it's quite awful. And I've reported family. I've reported my cousin who had 9 children and only has 1 now because she jumped state so she could keep this last one. And I'm so freaking tempted to tell them where she is now because she's not being responsible again, and I can see the wheels are coming off again. She gets good for a while and then she does, goes back to her meth in the bathtub kind of thing. It's awful.
True.
You have to wonder.
Sorry, guys. I was I was listening to email. I heard something really upsetting. So, but we'll listen to it later because it's off topic. It's not PG or Jenna or anything like that. But hey,
I have a
Brooke.
question. Why do we think that Dawn and Candace's phones were returned so quickly and Hunter's was kept for so long?
I could never understand that because normally when they take a phone and download all the information, it does take a little while to download the information off a phone because there's software out there. They hook the phone up, they use the software, they download everything off your phone.
Right.
I mean,
unless they already had the two phones tapped for some other reason, like they had a wire and then Hunter's was all new, but they could still just dump his data and then give it back to him.
They could. And I don't know if you know, but I'm IT. I do IT. I did a cybersecurity class.
Yes, I heard you say that. Good.
Yeah. And one of the parts of our class was downloading data off a phone. And it can take a couple hours to download the data off a phone. Honestly, it can. I mean,
do we know whether or not they ever took Allie's phone?
I don't think that's ever been said. I don't know if she would ever give that up.
Right.
Taking Hunter's phone does make sense.
Right.
And then the whole thing about where Dawn and Candace said that they erased the phone.
That
doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest with you. No sense at all.
No, me
They're
either.
building a narrative. I don't even know if they really got their phones back. That's a little bit weird that they're even
True.
Because they were spotted in a Sprint store. There were pictures out there about Candace and I hate calling her Grandis. Actually, I want to start calling her Mama because that'd probably piss her off. But there were pictures of them in a Sprint store buying new phones. Okay, why were you buying new phones?
if they gave your phone back.
Exactly. If they
and then they talk about how they've always got burner phones too.
And if you remember that Jenna says, sorry, Ziggy, that they each had two phones because when she would be on a FaceTime, she would be texting her on another phone.
And I mean, I understand to a point no, I don't actually. Why do you have two phones up in that area? You're going to get the phone of the provider that you get the best service from.
I mean, I guess I can see when you have a bunch of kids and you want to like let one of them have YouTube on this phone just to kind of separate them for a while, get some peace and quiet. I mean, I don't know.
But if they have internet up there, then they have internet on the televisions and or the computers.
No,
I know, but I'm just thinking of like arguing kids wanting to watch different things and you're like, here, you can have this.
No, it's more of a drug thing. The crack fairy knows. He knows.
Yeah, that's
more
true.
of a drug deal. And
But
I mean, why would you want to be a crack fairy anyways if that isn't like major crimey stuff?
That's 100% a lie. It's not true. And nobody that does crack is giving away free crack like a crack fairy. Sorry.
You can give away free crack in downtown Knoxville.
But you're going to do some of it.
True, but you can do it in an hour in downtown Knoxville. Trust me. Trust me on that. I've been downtown Knoxville. I mean,
I can't understand why they thought that would make him look any better. Like, no, I can hand out crack. Like, where did you get it to begin with? And why are you blowing $2,000 on crack? And why did you just give it away? That made me more questionable than anything else. Like, I was like, why would you say this? What narrative were you trying to build? Were you trying to like be dad of the year and then go, I had $2,000, but I spent it on crack instead of fixing up your house? You weirdo. What is wrong with you?
You know, that's not the first time, though, that Don said that he had money in his account. That is not the first time that I heard him say that. There was another phone interview besides the one with Ziggy that he said that he had plenty of money in his account, and I cannot for the life of me remember which phone interview that was with.
It's even if you're saying that you got money, that's more of a sign that Not only were they grifting off the churches and everything else, and they were keeping the money for their drugs and alcohol, but it's also another sign that why did they only show this small amount of toys of Summers?
True.
That's a little bit weird, and you know, why only, like, what happened? Where were Summers' clothes kept? I didn't see anything where her clothes were kept. I didn't see anything that was just hers. I seen this crappy little mattress on the ground that they reckon that she slept on. Then it turned out that no, she didn't even have her own freaking bed, that she just slept in between the two of them. Like, if they got all this money, they should have had a bed for her. They should have had a stairwell. You know, Don shouldn't have been trying to be a crack fairy. He should have tried to be a freaking parent.
And I think the parents failed them. I mean, I know a lot of people say that DCS has failed them, but first and foremost, the parents failed those children. If you're going to have children, you're the parents. You take care of them. I have children. I take care of them. I have stepchildren. I take care of them. Not the state, because you love them. That's
a good question. But then again, someone just said in the chat, where'd he get money for his bail?
Oh, true. Oh, and then I do want to point out that you bring up a good point, and I've seen in a lot of different chats about him driving after a DUI. Okay. We had a family member killed by a drunk driver here in this area. Okay. She was actually killed in Kingsport. That man kept his license up until his trial date. When we went to trial and they sentenced him, that's when they took his driver's license.
Wow.
And that was a couple of years after she was killed. Not only was he drunk, he was also on Suboxone. He came across 3 lanes and hit her head on.
Slow down. What is that drug?
Huh?
What is that drug that you just mentioned, and what does
Suboxone.
it do?
Suboxone is supposed to be a drug that's supposed to help you come off other drugs, but people actually use it to get high as well.
Ziggy?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is totally, I'm on this, watching this live of these 2 guys. That's their channel's called No Thanks.
Yeah.
And they're making total fun. They have Don Wells on, and then they mute him out, and they just laugh and make fun of him. And they were doing the same thing to Don B. And he got really upset and was going to cancel his channel. What do you do so, I mean, these people obviously don't care about Summer Wells. And
I don't know. What do you mean? What?
They're contacting different creators. And
are you talking about No Thanks, Doug? I don't know. I'm really upset right now, guys. I'm
sorry.
Okay, let's clear up a couple of things.
No. Let me please answer. Like, I just got a clip. Doug was just totally trashing me over on his channel.
Doug?
And I'm just from No Thanks, the same channel she's talking about.
Yeah, they're horrible.
And it's Josh is over there. I didn't hear Josh say anything. But I'm just completely in shock right now.
Yeah, and they had Chris McDonough on there, but he somehow just dropped off. But they kept telling Don Wells to get a hold of Molly Go Lately. Is that her name?
I don't know about all that. I'm sure that I don't know, but
they're just making fun of people behind the back. And
I mean, hold on.
What did they say,
guys.
Ziggy?
Hold on, I gotta mute.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, couple of things. Doug does mock a lot of the people. I have seen it. But he does it. He's frustrated that, Ali and all these Candace and Don Wells and all of them haven't come forward to tell the damn truth.
Oh,
So
I
I
get
understand his frustration. And the thing is that he has spent more time talking about Summer than Summer's parents. And I think that's a very interesting point. But the other point I want to make out too is that Josh recently was on the with an interview with Chris McDonough, and it was very respectful and it was very good, and it sort of gave me a bigger window into that. I know that's what I mean. Doug was getting frustrated that these people wouldn't just say, "Where is Summer?"
Can I ask you why they can't question Grandis or Candace? What's wrong with the local police or the FBI? Or
we don't know how many interviews that the two of them have done, and we don't know how many interviews Don has done either. And the interesting part about that I found was I think the police are waiting for these people to slip up, and they will, because they're stupid. And they literally just have this thing where they got this verbal diarrhea that works against them every time. And the more that they talk, the better it is, whether it's on lives or whatever. But I want to be really, really careful because I've watched Doug from the start when he started talking about Summer Wells. And he was like, he even said,
he just called me live. Telling me, why am I making this about me and about, he was just being extremely rude.
I'm watching
saying,
it on my
hold
TV.
on. I'm shaking. I'm so pissed right now. I cannot believe this. I asked him if he was on drugs because he said
I was making this all,
why am I making this all about me? He literally called me on live. I was muted. You guys didn't hear me. I didn't make a spectacle of it.
He's saying go back.
And I yelled at him. I screamed. I don't think I've got this mad. I'm like, where is this coming from him? I have never said an ill word about him.
He just said, go the fuck back where you came from.
I have never said
weird.
an ill word about him.
Oh my God, go back to your drama. He's just mouthing off and
nothing was, I mean, where is this coming from?
I don't know.
You guys wait till you see what he was saying. It was horrible.
I've never even seen their channel in my life until just now. And I heard them and they were making fun of everything that Don B was trying to do, and then they were making fun.
I am so disappointed, guys. I cannot even tell you. I am so, it's unreal. I am so incredibly.
I'm sorry.
I have never.
Take a breath. Just take it.
I have never.
You don't deserve that.
Said anything horrible about him.
Well, I did. I typed it to them, and I said,
I've never said anything about him. Where did that even come? Where did that even come from?
Take a breath.
That's horrible.
Realize that this is like that it looks like he's attacking you, but really.
I went in his channel and I asked him, I'm like, really, Doug? Because wait till you guys hear what he was saying and then you'll see. I need you guys to mute. Okay. I've got it. Hold on. Oh, this is insane. Like, I asked him if he was on drugs because this is so out of nowhere. Okay. Listen, so this is what I heard, and this is what caused me to go over there and ask him what is going on right now. I told him that he was also, when he called me, I said, you're doing this for views. Why are you doing this, Doug?
Watching the show or watches the show eventually to hear this. Because I was going to say it on Ziggy's show, but, that just didn't go over very well. Yeah, please don't mention that there's on here that I don't want to be involved with any longer. Thank you. me just say this, okay? Right, I'm gonna lose subscribers thanks to like this. How much is she paying you to plug her channel right now? What the fuck? I'm pretty sure anybody that watches us knows about her channel. I mean, don't we all know about each other? She's probably streaming us right now just for content. Because we haven't even put it out yet. She's already streaming us. I've seen people do that to you. It happens all the fucking time. There was like 2 or 3 channels that night you were fighting with, who, streaming you live. It was pretty epic. A lot of people made a lot of money off of it. I said one word and I went from green to yellow. I got immediately demonetized. Yeah. I said hello and it was done. I was like, apparently YouTube restricts hellos now. Yeah. It's all bad. You can't say it.
So, please, anyways, where that came from, Doug is the one that always was streaming me. I mean, I didn't think, hold on. Can I talk, please? Please. I'm like, Doug is always the one that's streaming me. When I had Dawn on the panel, I never said anything. He has no right. He was live while I was live streaming me. He was streaming me. I don't do that. I was live. Instead of him doing his own thing, he was streaming me as content. He did that a few times. I never said anything. This is unreal. This is absolutely unreal. Yeah, well, Jody Sue's over there confused. She's like, what is going on? Oh, man. What do you mean it's a fake Ziggy? When I was muted, I went in his chat and I asked him about this. I left 2 messages. Then he called me live and was a complete asshole. No, I just pulled it up, Muppets. He just said it. This was before that.
He said, you better be sure that you want this battle.
He's the one that came for me. What is he talking about? He's the one that mentioned it first.
Oh, my God. Can you hear him?
No, I just don't understand where this came from. And why is Josh still up there?
Yep.
Why is he back? I don't understand. I cannot believe this right now. And freaking Josh is okay with it?
This guy is.
I am just so disappointed on all levels. I can't even tell you. I thought so highly of Doug and Josh. This is just unreal.
And I was just trying to find you, Ziggy, because I had spoken to you one other time a couple weeks ago on, I think it was Doug's channel, and you were on another channel and you had said something, and I thought, okay, well, maybe I can get through to you to let you know that they're having Don Wells on, and then they're muting it and making fun of him, then Don B, and they would have Don B on, and then they would make fun of him, and Chris McDonough, and they'd mute it and make fun of him, and I just didn't understand what was going on, or I didn't know they were a real YouTube channel. I've never seen them before.
I don't know what you guys mean if fake Ziggy started it.
Oh my gosh, he just won't quit.
I think they're saying someone made comments way before that, and it may have triggered something. I don't know. I didn't see it.
I left 2 comments. So if he's listening, I left 2 comments in his chat total. And it was after I watched that video, people were on the panel talking. Okay. If there was a troll in the chat, it's a troll if it was more than 2 comments. If it was just total of 2 comments, that was me.
He's saying I'll roast the fuck out of you.
Oh, I don't care about him roasting me. Like
I don't know. I don't know why. Why is he such an angry person?
He's never been like this towards me, is what I'm saying. Like, he's never been like that.
It's
I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it.
You shouldn't hear it. Nobody should hear it. He shouldn't be talking about DV, because I watch them, and he just lost me, because that is DV. That is not okay.
Oh, Don B?
No, like that is abusive. He's abusing the daylight. Like, he's not stopping.
I don't know, guys, where it came from, because I've never had a problem with him. I've always been really, really cool with you.
I think it's weird that he really you up during your live, to bring you up during your live, and to be yelling at you, and to be.
They weren't joking around, Mount Mama, at all. He was not joking around. No, he called me live, and he was extremely rude to me. No, my comments in his chat were just like, what is he doing? That's it. Like, why would you say this stuff? It wasn't anything rude. So him calling me the way he did, I gave him a chance to like explain things, but he was extremely rude immediately. So, and unless there was really a troll in the chat that was saying things besides the 2 comments I left.
Might need to do a replay of his stream when you're off here, and have a good look at it and see what's actually.
I don't want to watch it. I don't. If he's just gonna be like rude and hateful out of nowhere, I don't really.
Fair enough.
At all. It's disappointing. I mean, the things he was saying was so horrible. So, I mean, you don't just like automatically think that just because you get in one argument. He's been feeling this way about me. So I don't want anybody around. If he wants to be part of like PG and them and freaking, that's fine. I don't want any part of that.
Don't let anyone gaslight you on your own emotions.
What can I?
You're a good person. Just be who you are, and you can't do anything about those kind of people. They're just showing their true colors.
They were making comments that were rude in his chat. Like what? Tell me what it said. What were the rude comments, Mama?
It would be better to see the screenshots of it. If they're going to make it.
I want to see what she has to say. Because I want to see if it sounds like, because the comments I left were not rude.
I'm trying to.
You've never been rude. You've never even been direct. It's wrong that it's even been insinuated any other way.
I'm not sure it's 3 hearts for me. I don't know.
Are you Ziggy 333?
No. No. What do you mean?
There's a night bot email Ziggy at Ziggy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
That's my email. That's my chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm so I've been just new to this, and I was just trying to find you and didn't know where to find you, and I just happened to trip onto seeing you on this channel because I wanted to talk to you, and it just so happened to be about these 2 guys and what they were doing to other people. And
no, I don't. He does joke around a lot, so you have to
understand his
personality. But I could tell he was not joking around. He was being mean.
Yeah, he's being very mean.
And I should have called him. He called me live. I don't do that, guys. I saw it I don't need to call him. I saw the video. I saw it. It happened. It's for sure. The other times that I've called him about stuff is because I didn't know for sure. People were telling me, so I wanted to ask him. But this I saw for myself, and I could tell it was rude. It was not a funny thing. No, he's talking about me, Maggie May. I just played it.
Yeah, he is.
He was talking about me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, now he is, but of course, but he was earlier too. When Josh brought me up, it doesn't matter. It's not, I don't care if he's going to be like that. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Josh isn't going to say anything. Josh didn't say anything. He's just up there. I don't know if he was just if Josh is just, I don't know. He might just be chilling up there. He might, he might not be mad at me or anything at all. He might just, but it seemed like when he was when he made his comment about, I tried to say, and Ziggy's, I'm like, I wrote in the comments when he dropped, I said, Josh, did you have something to say? I literally was just about to say, Josh, did you want to say something? Because he had been trying to say something for 5-10 minutes. And so I was just about to ask him, and then he dropped and put it in the chat, thank you or whatever. And I wrote him a message, but I don't think he saw it. I don't role play. It's not about how many subs. I'd rather be a better person. You know what I mean?
You are.
I mean, I'd rather be a good person than have more subs than him. It could be, partially a misunderstanding, but he was extremely rude to me on the phone. So whether or not any of it was a misunderstanding or exaggerated,
he rung you up coming in hot.
What just happened on the phone just happened unfortunately.
He rings you up coming in hot automatically with the accusatory nature to it. So even if it was just a small little thing, that phone call alone is enough to go, whoa, hold on, there's something wrong. Look, I didn't hear that phone call. The whole thing is not great, but I think that this is a sign that it's not going to go down well for the two of you for a little bit.
If it's because I went on shares, I'm trying to get along. If Cher is a good, she apologized to me. I apologized to her, and we have we have a truce, or we're just cool. I don't want to go after her. I don't want to do that to anybody. I don't want to talk negatively about people, It's okay. No, Josh, I don't mind that Josh didn't say anything. It's just I felt I emailed Josh before anything. That was the very first thing I did. And I actually emailed him. I thought I emailed him another time recently too about something else, but I could be wrong. What's that noise? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, he was nasty to me. Oh, now he sends me a link and he's literally threatening me. I'm not choosing the battle, Doug. You did. You're the one that called me like that and said those horrible things. What did I say, Nate, or horrible about you? I asked if you were on something because you were acting abnormal. You have never acted that way towards me before. So I just thought it was out left field. But besides that, everything else I said to you, I was not disrespectful or any way or mean. But you've said horrible things about me. Like, you can't reverse that. And you're telling me to choose my battles? I think you chose for me. I never wanted a battle with you, or I would have never thought. I didn't even say anything negative about you. I'm sorry that I asked if you were on something, but you were just acting so different. And I meant it. I mean, I'm sorry I said it, but I meant it because you're just not acting the same. I mean, he sent me a StreamYard link. I don't want to see. He's trying to make a show out of it. I don't even want to be talking about this anymore, or I don't even want to be talking about this. It ruined our show. We were talking about summer. We had like a really great live today, a great panel. It was really good, probably one of the best in a while. And now it's ruined. I'm sorry. I hate that it just.
Go and get a glass of water, Ziggy, and take some time. That's really, really awful. Take it back and realize that there's no one way of dealing in this kind of thing. We all have a way of coping in that realm. That's awful because you got very close to him, and that's sad. I hope you can work this one out. I don't know if this is fixable, but with Ziggy's kind nature, I know that she has a tendency to wear her heart on her sleeve. That's awful.
I've seen this. This is going on with a lot of creators. They're trying to put them against each other. I don't know why, but
because it's better to do that than actually you can make money quicker off drama than what you can actually dealing in what's going on. And I don't think this is going to be one of them things that just goes away. It does come with this community, and I'm hoping that Ziggy is okay. That's really awful.
Yes, it is.
Go and get a hug off little Ziggy and make sure that you can feel a little bit better. That's awful. I'm so sorry that happened to you, Ziggy. And we were having such a good time. I mean, that conversation with Jody Sue, I think I learned more about those dogs than any other time. I think that, having discussions about, if Summer was drugged and what Ali's role is and the type of friends that Candace keeps.
Well, Don did say that, remember he did say that, in one of the interviews that she keeps bad friends.
Well, think about it like this. So does Don. He hired a meth addict that apparently he needed to fire. I mean, that's part of who they are. They hire these sorts of people. And now he wants to be the meth fairy, but yet he fired someone for being on meth. Everything he says does not make sense.
True.
And I think that's the part that really, really disturbs me, is that they don't have an opportunity to be decent human. Ziggy, go ahead, sweetie. I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine. I just needed to step away for a second and get Diet Coke.
You got to get a Ziggy Pop.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, you should actually do that. Make actual drinks that you could sell.
Ziggy Pops.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry guys that everything got turned sideways, and I don't know where everything went wrong. I have no idea what just happened. Everything just happened so quickly that
I don't know. That everything just happened. I didn't expect all that to go down like that. So I apologize. And if I didn't care, like if I didn't care, then he's saying something. He was making fun of me about crying or whatever. Well, I cry. This is like this. Okay, so I cried this time, and I've cried like one other time, and that's because it's when people, it actually hurt me. These trolls don't freaking hurt me, but when somebody like it just comes out of left field like that, you're not expecting it. Yeah, it can be kind of upsetting.
You got close and you didn't think that they would do
it. Like if people are gonna make fun of me because I cried about it, like I'm not a robot. Like I cannot, just act how everybody wants me to 24/7. I'm just being me. I don't want to do like, manufactured drama or, fight with people to get more views or, I just want to talk about Summer in these cases and us, I don't want to do all that other craziness. I feel I'm getting it from everywhere. Everybody's attacking me right now.
Ziggy, what did you think?
Like everybody, and not like this bad. I didn't think. I don't know. I never expected to even have like a channel with even. Yeah, no, I didn't expect to have but a few people talking on the case. So I never expected to. I used to watch Doug and AB and Tiffany Marie, just like you guys watch me or what, I never.
You made it.
I never expected to be fighting with them, having, at all.
Breathe in. You made it. You made it, Ziggy.
Oh,
Breathe
yeah.
in.
Congratulations.
No, seriously. You made something. And a lot of people will tear you down when you're the king of the castle or queen of the castle.
I'm not any
people
king
will
or
do that.
queen. I'm not any king or queen. There's, Doug has twice, over twice as many subs as me. I'm zero threat to him. I don't understand. This is, yeah. I don't know. Annie, Dom, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I was just. How's it going?
It's not good. It's upsetting.
I know.
I was gonna tell you earlier about PG talking about you. I mean, did you ever think you were gonna be so important that people were gonna be talking about you? But Doug's thing, he has some issues, and he has went off the deep end before.
Well, I've had lots of people email me, be like, "Oh, Doug's like said this about you," or Doug's been, and he always told me no, he didn't do that and stuff, and I always wanted to believe him. But that person, what the first one was Sheba Mom when she was on panel, which she was upset with me at the time, so she was gonna talk about some her theory about something that was going on, that she wanted to. It was when that lady Smiley called Don Sr. and somehow I got wrapped up all in that too. Like, I was accused of some things, and that was part of Sheba Mom's like theory. And she says like behind the scenes, her and Doug were emailing each other, and Doug was talking with her, and he knew that she was going to come up on the panel and speak on me. She swore like he knew, and he denied it. And I was like, okay, it's fine, it's cool. And then Sheba Mom, she sent me like some screenshots proving that they were speaking together before the show. So, but I never said anything because I was just like, oh, whatever, it's fine. I'll just let that, whatever. you know, I know like how Doug could be sometimes, you know, just so I just let that. But then I don't know. I've had other instances like that, and I just never. I don't know. I know that he's a comedian, you know, a comedian and an entertainer, and sometimes he says crazy things, and I don't mind him like making fun of me or joking around, but when it's like in the intentions to just completely hurt me and I mean, I don't know. I sorry guys, like I hate really that this happened. I seriously do. I don't even know how that even I don't know what just happened. Seriously, I don't get
I went over there, and from what I seen, he said that you come in there in the chat and was making it all about you, and people were saying she only said she only sent 2 messages in chat. The rest of them weren't her. So I'm thinking somebody is posing you to be you, and
made
you know
it.
who could be into all that.
Do you know how easy it is to go in and change your name?
Right. It could have there could have been a troll that made some other comments and made things worse than they were, even though he did that video I played was before those comments. So before I left any comments anyways, myself. But I don't know. So he was already saying some shitty things about me, and I don't get why. I don't understand what he means. Like when he says, don't mention channels that I don't, basically that I don't agree with or whatever he said. He was just in here and Josh was just on the panel. And I know Josh didn't get a chance to really speak much, but you know, like that wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
But so I didn't understand when he went over and went live and then he started speaking like, and you know, Josh says my channel and then he's like, don't mention channels that I don't care for. And he was just like, oh, I bet she's live streaming me now for content. Like, what? You were just over here and you've live streamed me. I don't live stream channels. You're seriously, so I guess Josh is mad that we played like a few minutes. I don't know. That's what I emailed him about. I emailed him about that I sent Josh an email about the Chris McDonough interview, but I guess he never saw it, or either he saw it and just didn't. So yeah, no, I don't have any emails from him. I went and double checked because I am behind like 250 emails, guys. I was trying to get through some of them today and it just didn't work out. He stopped everything, apologized to you, and said he wished you only good and should not have done that. And if you want to tell, well, I haven't talked to him in private. I don't know what happened.
Just wait a while before you talk to him. If you choose to talk to him. But I will say it's very easy to change your name in people's chats. I can go into his chat and change my name to yours and he would never know. And that's how easy it is. And everybody in chat knows that. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying it's that easy.
Yeah.
So somebody saying Mary Hartman said it was Ziggy, and I know it was not. Ziggy doesn't what did Ziggy? It was Ziggy that did what?
I've seen a chat where people are saying that there were comments from Ziggy. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, it is clear that he thinks that I mean, I just can't believe it. Like, I don't know.
Okay, so how we get back to our topic after that?
How do you get back? You do what you always do. See, you're already back to half smiling. That's beautiful.
Well,
remember, your personality made all of this. I think that you should feel good that, you know, you've built up a way where people, you know, think that you're big enough that they need to like steal subs off you or whatever. I think it's funny. Like PG does it all the time. You watch it, and that's why I refuse to watch it, because all she's trying to do is make money off how awesome you are. You know, and it's gross. And if you can't see that, well, that's insane. You know. And I don't see her actually talk about Summer. She barely did when she was here, let alone anywhere else. All I get back hear from her is,
oh, Mama, that was me. I did say I was going to drop my membership. Yes. I said, I guess I'll drop my membership since you hate me. Yeah, I did say that. That comment was me. I left 2 comments. Because when I was commenting, I'm like, oh, wow, I'm still a member of his channel. I'm a member of his and just like one other channel. I'm not members of hardly any channels. So I guess I didn't even, you know, I was like, oh, I'm seeing her a member of his channel holding like I don't know how many months of a membership. And he's sitting there talking bad about me. I'm like, whoa, okay.
You'll figure it out. You always do. I think that you know, you're very...
My love life, I'm mad that he freaking put it on a live instead of calling me. So, because obviously he has a problem with me. I mean, this is why this happened, is because of something he said first, I mean, anyways.
Mary is a beautiful, beautiful woman. I love the way that she just levels things out all the time. I hear her when she talks, and she's real, you know, and she tries to help everyone. Ziggy, you and Mary are so much alike. You help so many people. I think that's super important.
That's really nice of him to say. 6 Up Medium. Did you guys Did you guys hear me call him one name? I don't think I called him any names, and he's calling me a dumb fat bitch. Well, that's really, really nice of him.
Why do men do that? I mean, no offense to men in chat, but when they get pissed off at you, why are we fat bitches? I mean, come on.
Because it's the easiest thing to come
And he
at.
talked about my kid, is what they're saying too.
Oh, no.
So he's been obviously watching PG, because like, where is this?
Because that's the ad-hom attack. Every woman tries to lose weight and tries to look a certain way, and men know it. So that's the first thing that they go for, what they can see. It's like first grab.
You know, man. Oh, I'm sorry, Ziggy. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I try to teach my daughter that, like, no matter, I was looking at old pictures of me, like, I was anorexic in high school, and I was like, oh my God, I was so freaking skinny. It's gross. And I was thinking, man, I remember people would call me fat then, you know, men or guys to try to get at you and stuff. I'm like, I was like a freak. I was way too skinny. So, and when I hear my daughter's friends and stuff saying, oh, this boy called me fat, and they're like, 100 pounds. I'm like, it's crazy. But yeah, guys will always say that stuff. It's.
I'm not a beauty queen, but man, I can fucking cook. And that's the way to a man's heart, is through his stomach. And I'm telling you, that's how I got my husband. I am not a beauty queen. I'm just an average looking girl, but I can cook a mean ass meal.
Yeah. And that literally is a way to, I talk to this about with my husband all the time. I always say, I cook for you, I clean for you, and I raised your kids. Plus, I went to work with you. I think I've earned my keep. You know what I mean?
I have a few other things that I add to that, like things we won't talk about here, but I'm pretty good at other things too.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, you gotta have
I'm
those magic tricks.
I could get paid for a couple of. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
God.
Oh.
But
Anyway.
seriously, it's through a man's stomach that you can get on, because that's how my husband noticed me. I made something for work. It was a crock pot lasagna, to be honest, and that's how we started talking, because I cooked.
Oh my gosh, I have a soup bean and cornbread story. My ex.
Aw, that's really nice. Ari, I didn't know you're well, now I know you're a man. RAS Solution says, which I forget, you told me what RAS stands for the other day. Anyways, I tell my wife of 25 years, thank you each and every time she makes me something to eat. It matters, guys. Be thankful. Aw, that's really nice.
Tell us about your cornbread and soup bean story.
Okay, I got with my ex and I made him breakfast and lunch when, the morning after and all that. And he was like, "Oh, wow, a woman that can cook." And I was like, "Well, yeah, I can cook all kinds of things." He said, "Can you make homemade soup, beans, and cornbread?" And I said, "Well, of course." He said, "Well, that's what I want for dinner," because he worked third shift or second shift. Anyhow, I went to my grandma's after he left for work, and I said, "I want to make soup, beans, and cornbread." So she had my uncle take me to the store, and I went and got the stuff. She told me what to get, and it was Jiffy Mix cornbread mix. Anyhow, I come home, I made the soup beans, and they were like half done, and I took some out, and I was eating them, and I noticed, oh my gosh, it looks like there's little worms in this. So I dumped the whole pot, and I go back down to my grandma's, and I said there were worms in them beans, and I dumped them all out. So she had my uncle go down to my house, scoop some of them beans out of the trash, and bring them back. She said, "Honey, those are the sprouts that cooked out of the beans."
The what?
I was like, "You're kidding me." She was like,
The
"Yeah."
what?
So I
The
went
what
back
that
into
cooked out?
the sprouts, when you
Oh, the sprouts. Okay.
a little sprout.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I thought they were worms. So I go back to the store, I get another bag of soup beans, and I boil the beans and get all the cornbread done and everything. And he actually thought that was like homemade from scratch cornbread. And for, I bet you it was 11 or 12 years before I even told him all the stuff that happened about the cornbread and the soup beans. But he thought I could do it all by scratch, but it was Jiffy.
Well, Jiffy makes a good cornbread. I mean, come on.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do. Jiffy makes us a real good cornbread. Why do you have to make it homemade when you can buy that little box for what, 99 cents?
The other
I
thing
think
that
at the
I
time it
hear,
was like 39 cents.
the other thing I hear about that regularly men will do, and they will say something about it, is about you can't get laid is another thing that I hear regularly. And it's like, well, no, clearly they can, because you hear about women that don't look great that have like 10 children. So clearly that's not a real thing. So I think men need to drop the idea that being not attractive means that you don't get laid. I know plenty of women like myself even that have managed to have children, gotten laid, and I'm doing fine. I think that's another weird attack that we need to tell men to stop it.
You're beautiful. I think you're beautiful, but you're right. I mean, it's the personality. It's not the looks. You can have a model, beautiful woman with a shitty personality, and then you can have me, your average looking lady that, it's all about your personality, how you interact, how you are, how you treat somebody. That's where it's at. If you want to get treated by a woman, right by a woman, you find a real woman. You find somebody that's going to love you, honor you, and sex your ass up. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly.
Oh my gosh.
That's where it's, I'm not trying to be wrong, but that's where it's at. Us women, you know, and a strong woman. Weak men are scared of strong women. I'm sorry, but they are. I'm a very
Women that
strong
have
ass
nothing-
woman. I'm a very independent woman. And, you know, it takes a very strong man to be my husband. And I have one that loves me very much.
I'm in that same boat. My husband's had to endure me just sort of finding my own feet, and each time he's managed to stick by me each time that I thought I could do this for a job or I could do that for a job. He's had to sit by and watch me do my weird little adventures, and we'll see whatever I do next, because I'm not going to want to be a lawnmower forever. So we'll see if he supports my next little venture, and I'm hoping it'll be something adventurous. But I mean, that's what a lot of men are looking for. They're looking for someone who can stand on their own 2 feet, but also want them in their world.
Exactly. And you know, I retired my husband. I'm 48 years old. He's 52 years old. And I retired him, and I want him to stay home, and I want him to take care of our 6 dogs and take care of our house. And, you know, I do IT, and I also run a bakery. I also bake for local restaurants here. And I do weddings, and I do special occasions, and I do photography. And, you know, that's what it is that you find somebody that you want to build a life together. You find somebody that you all just are happy together and get along and have common interests. You don't have to have the same, you don't have to like the same things at all times, but there are things that you like about each other, and there's things that you like together, and there's things that you like to do together, and you want to build a life. And it's hard to find sometimes, especially in today's world.
I noticed that there's a couple more people in the panel.
Hey,
A couple of men came on.
I loathe people. I wish he would make his name shorter so that we could. Can you hear me? I don't know if he hears me.
Yes.
Okay. I wish you would change your name like shorter or so I could like.
Okay.
Last time we had to call you. What did we call
Frank.
you? Frank.
Frank. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we'll just call you Frank from here on out. How's it going?
No, it's all right. I've been listening though, and I have a couple of opinions.
Okay, let's hear them.
Now, what y'all are talking about? She was talking about men need. What's your name?
Karina?
Karina. Yeah. Karina. I'm not nothing against you, but men need to step up. Is that what you're saying?
I was sort of
thank you,
saying
Jolie.
that supportive men. There needs to be more supportive men of independent women.
Men, okay. Men need to be more supportive of independent women. I've been very supportive of independent women, and I think that's a good gesture. But I hear somebody laughing.
No, I'm laughing at because they called you Kurt Cobain. I can't. They go, "There's the Kurt Cobain guy again."
I'm just glad I'm hearing Ziggy laugh. Sorry, continue.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm laughing at the comment.
Please keep laughing, Ziggy. Sorry.
No, I wasn't laughing. I
No,
wasn't
we know you
laughing.
weren't. No, I was just really upset a little bit ago, so that's why she was saying that she was glad I was laughing.
Yeah. No, but I do feel that there's a difference between somebody that doesn't focus on the facts and somebody that focuses on what is not reality. There's 2 points. There's 2 points. For example, I'm not going to get into politics because I probably will get swamped with hatred. But I will say this: there is 2 points. There's fact, and there is miscued shit. But the fact is, there are a lot of men that agree with you, but there is also a lot of men that don't.
Oh, thank you, Gina M. She says, we love you, Ziggy. Show off the drama and keep climbing harder. Thank you, guys. And Julie, in case you didn't hear me, thank you once again. Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
Nah, that's what I had to say.
Pretty much the synopsis of what you were saying. Well, I mean, there's not, I don't know. There's good guys
No,
too.
she seems cool though. Yeah, she's like, ah, fuck this
It's
guy.
so, I mean, Liv, it is okay. Like, he said, Ziggy, sorry that you got treated like that. You don't deserve it. You've been through a lot, and he don't know your life. He knows it's YouTube, Ziggy. There's 950 people here that are. Oh, well, I don't know if all 950, but probably most of them, and I appreciate you all. And I don't know if it was like a misunderstanding or what, but unfortunately, things went really sour.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because,
Hey, Brooke.
because I came in?
Hi. No. When did you get here, Frank?
Just now.
No, have you been in the chat though? Thank you, Kristen S. Have you been in the chat watching beforehand? Like or did you just get here?
I just got it.
Oh, that's why you missed all. I don't want to go over it because it was really.
Karina, I apologize. I didn't know.
No, absolutely not. I think that you're entitled to the way that you feel. And I think that that's something that's important. I think both sides, like what Ziggy does, where everyone gets heard. And I appreciate the fact that you had that view. And I mean, I don't think it's something that anyone should stop anyone from feeling. There are a lot of supportive men. Hell yeah. But there's still raging sexism that needs to be dealt with in amongst all of that. And it's stopping women from being who they can truly be at their best selves because of that. And I think that that's the few that are left straggling around thinking women need to be tied to the kitchen need to wake up and realize that's not a thing anymore.
I don't agree with that. I wholeheartedly, I do not agree with that.
So what's up, Brooke?
Oh, I figured it out. I had a horrible echo because I still had the YouTube open too.
Oh.
I think the lab is here.
Right, let me see if this is who?
The Josh.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's what did he say something to me or something?
Yeah, Josh was in chat.
Oh, I didn't. It's okay. I'm glad that you left a message. I'm glad you're not upset with me. It's good to know because at least only one of you is upset at me then. I emailed you and I okay. Well, that's good to know. Let me make sure. I know just because you guys somebody's on panel doesn't mean they agree with what's being said because sometimes I don't expect somebody to step up and be like, "Oh, this is wrong. You shouldn't say this. You shouldn't say that," because that puts somebody in a really bad position. And sometimes you don't want to be in the middle of things. Is that you? Wait, what? I want to make sure that
it's me.
Okay.
Sorry, my voice is messed up. I'm sick.
Okay, it's fine. I just want to make sure because people like kind of.
I won't pain shot you. I promise.
Yeah. So.
Look, Ziggy, that guy Daniel is now calling me. So I sent you the weird messages, right?
Yeah.
About his buddy his buddy Rick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he called me at midnight.
Who did?
Daniel.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, it's just, it's weird because
I think everybody's going to be lost what you're talking about right now because they're.
I should have talked to you at off panel, but it was just he woke me up at midnight and called me. It was just so weird. And now he's not answering me back. So
what did he say to you at midnight?
nothing. He just called. He didn't leave
okay.
voicemail.
What's cousin is missing right now. Her name's Hannah Huffman. I share a picture on, she's from near me, Indianapolis, Indiana, but now they're thinking that she's alive, but just in hiding, right? Is that correct?
Well, I mean, in hiding from the fact that she doesn't want to be found. I mean, she's getting high, and at this point, I think if
I don't know what you're talking, Freaky Cat. I mean, all you have to do is hit the link.
If I was her, and people just now wanting to care, I guess. She's been on the street. I'm just finding out about it, but for about 6 to 8 months, and people are just now looking for her. We knew where she was because she would come in and take a shower at her dad's, and she would come in and eat.
Right,
and
they
she
just
would
want to hear
contact somebody
from
for
her.
money. Yeah, and now people weren't reaching out because she reached out, right? And so now she's not reaching out, and that's scary. But now I'm kind of upset at her sister because, the detective's back in the office today, and they're at a memorial for a friend of theirs. I understand that's important. But I would have been like at the detective's office in the morning as soon as they opened. The memorial wasn't till later. I guess I would have done things a little bit differently. It doesn't seem as quite a priority as what I was taking it as. So.
Ziggy, I have to get dinner done because children don't feed themselves, apparently. I just got a message from my daughter that said, bruh, you haven't fed me. That's a thing. 15-year-olds text that. So I'm going to love you and leave you to it. I hope to hear you keep smiling. I'm going to be down up in chat and see how you guys go. Thank you guys so much for a wonderful evening.
All right. Have a nice day. I don't know what time it is there, but
it's Nelly. It's 5:30. She's asking.
Okay. Well, have a great evening.
Karina, are you from Australia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool.
I seen a kangaroo the other night jump out in the front of my car, and I always thought that would have been like the wildest thing ever. But now it's becoming a norm. That's happened twice now in a week. All right, Ziggy, I hope to hear you keep giggling. Bye.
Bye. Ziggy, I just want to say one more thing before I go. I have to go back to bed, but I came in on what was happening earlier, and I just want to say, as a recovering addict, I recognize other addicts, and what I saw in that other chat and that other live is exactly that. So just keep being you and keep and.
Well, it was just oh shoot. Okay. It just seemed out of
very out of character but I mean, it's not out of character though, because I've heard him talk bad about women. So, but it's just,
I mean, out of character as far as towards me.
You,
like,
yes.
Yes. But maybe somebody, who knows? I don't know. I don't want to.
And also I thought about, you were on Cher's panel earlier. It could have been, he doesn't like Cher. this could have been like some kind of resentment that isn't even really towards you that came out, I don't know. I hate to see it, but I unsubbed from him a long time ago because I saw a not good person. So just keep
From
doing
what I
it,
saw,
Ziggy. It
she
really
was having
sucks.
a great
A great,
stream, and he was having a great stream too. And then out of nowhere, he was mad and she was upset, and that lady that's usually on PG came up to panel and said he was talking bad, and Ziggy muted and went over there and watched. Well, I was on both, like one on my laptop, one because they're the only two that I'm a member of. And he was already getting messages in his chat from Ziggy, but it wasn't her. So I think
did leave 2 messages in his chat.
Yeah, but that was after the other messages.
Oh.
Well, I
So
left
when that
2
lady
total
come up to your
messages.
panel and said that he was talking bad about you, and you went over there was already messages that looked like they were from you prior to that. So, and you were live, so you weren't over there messaging him,
No, I left 2 messages. That's it.
Yeah.
But couldn't one of the mods just clicked on my name and seen, or he could have clicked on my name and gone into my channel to see if it was really me. If anybody was
Absolutely,
saying
yeah.
anything negative, out of nowhere, if it seemed like out of nowhere, then it wasn't me, because I'm not gonna. But I was sent a clip of some things that were said. That one I played earlier, and that
that was after there was messages from a Ziggy in his chat. So he got mad because he said this is the 3rd time that you've gone to him upset without just
No, I've always
reaching out to
texted
him.
No, that's not true. I've always texted him. That's the first time I did that, because I saw a video of absolute proof that he was talking shit. So I was like, oh, so yeah, I did go in his chat and say that, because the other couple other times I texted him, and we worked it out. It was totally fine. No big deal.
Yeah.
And then he
Well,
called
I
me
know
while I was live.
100% that there was already a Ziggy in there before your 2 messages, before that lady came on your panel that's usually on PG
Did they
and
have the
said that he was talking
butterfly and
about.
everything? Did they have this? It looked exactly the same.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying maybe wait till his stream is over and rewatch and scroll through to see there was messages before you went over there.
Sees any has any screenshots of messages under a Ziggy, yeah, definitely send it to me.
Yeah.
And I'll let you guys know if it was me or not. I would like to see, but
yeah, because he definitely didn't flip out
like his comment
over your 2 messages when you went over there. It was
he
before
just
that.
left my live, didn't he? Well, I don't know.
We have an imposter.
But anyways, I don't know what you want to talk about. I was going to.
I asked if he was under the influence and on the phone. Maggie Ray. I did say I was. I said, oh, I guess I'll drop my membership since he doesn't like me. That's what I said.
I'm gonna drop off, Ziggy.
I don't think I said anything. Okay.
I'll message you later. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming up.
Bye.
I don't think I said anything about him being under the influence in his chat. It was on the phone, because when he called me, and I muted. I didn't go live for views, I muted and he asked him, "Are you live?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, he goes, "Are you leaving messages in my chat?" And I said, yeah, because I just was sent a clip of some things you were saying about me, and you were saying that you didn't telling Josh not to. Well, I didn't say this, but the clips was, you guys saw it. I don't really remember what I said, but then he just started going crazy and yelling at me, and I was just like, why am I always making everything about me? And like, what? And
And then I was just like, he started just going crazy and rude. And I just yelled out the top of my lungs. I'm like, you're the one. Cause he's like, why are you making it all about you? I'm like, you're the one that's live right now. How am I making this about me? You literally called me and you're live. Are you
He really
serious?
went off the
You
handle
called
for
me
sure.
and you're the one live. How am I making it about me? You contacted me while live. I don't know. But anyways, I mean, I made a couple comments. There could have been, if you said, I don't know. I'll have to see the messages.
Yeah, just
like,
go
when
back
that
without all these people,
left.
because half the people in your chat say there was no other Ziggy. The other half is saying there was. So I would say just let it go and look for yourself when his chat's over, and you can go back in the chat and see it. But
Yeah.
I was going to
If there was
talk
only
about
two, that was, if it was only two, then it was me.
no. It was before that for sure.
He said it all started because he said he didn't want to be associated with Ziggy, and then that's when Ziggy went over and said something to him. I would too. He was talking shit. Yeah, he was. He was. But if there were some messages that he was seeing in the chat, maybe it got him like irritated. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying Josh stayed in there because he was there for the whole thing. So he didn't really want to leave, but at the same time, he didn't want to like take up for you because he was over there
Yeah,
seeing the messages going up.
I'm sure he felt uncomfortable. I was hoping that he wasn't like agreeing with. I didn't know how to take him laughing at what Doug was saying and stuff. So, but I
Yeah,
don't
he
know.
felt
He
really
probably thought
bad,
he
but
was joking at first. That's probably why. But still, it didn't sound very funny to me. It sounded mean.
No, he was real quiet, and he just kept saying he felt real bad about y'all arguing and stuff from what I saw.
Yeah.
But I came up on panel to talk about Allie and them, but
yeah, let's talk about. I was trying to find a comment because somebody put it their screen name as Prayer Garden is a hypocrite, and I was just gonna. That was funny, but anyways, go ahead.
Well, I've been watching a lot of people from the beginning, like Cher or Jays for Justice that had Dawn on at the beginning, and I'll get like involved in these rabbit holes from the beginning. But now, if you really go back and look at the interviews and different information from different creators where it isn't drama, and you just look at the facts. If you look at Allie and H the other day with that
Molly Golightly.
with the grandma saying, with Sherry saying that she had seen signs and she warned Allie and she yelled and Allie walked off. I've seen several times where Allie, like when Allie said, yep, Hunter's still working and doing good or whatever. And then the friend says, oh, he hadn't gone to work because he wants to stay at home. And then Allie will just be over there quiet. And there's several things where Allie tries to cover up. Or when H said, oh, I went over and showed my mom the vape that Candace bought. And Allie's just over there quiet. So there's several things that don't add up with her narrative, and she's trying to cover for herself, clearly. So I looked back and like on the interview with in October with Allie calling the cops to get her kids from their house because she said they got in an argument and she went to work. The next day she tried to get her kids. She was at the dollar store and Candace was threatening her, so she called the cops to get her kids. So at that point, she had already brought her H's dad and 14 other men to Candace's house while Dawn was in Utah, not having any idea what was going on. All the other men went back to New York and Jose stayed. Don came back, and that's how he got the DUI. That's the same time that Allie was staying at the house. So if you look back at pictures of the family, yeah, it went downhill with the pandemic, but it also correlates with the time that she started hanging out with Allie. So that doesn't add up with the Jose thing and with her having to get her kids out of Candace's house and still letting
Yeah,
both
that's
of her
weird,
kids,
hang out with
her
them.
oldest daughter and H, go over there and spend time with her, saying that they had fallen out and they're not in contact anymore.
Do you mean the DUI or when she called because there was abuse?
Well, both. Well, she had a police call trying to get her kids from Candace's house.
Allie,
I
you're
think
right.
it was at the end of October.
Okay.
So, like, October 20-something was when Dawn's DUI was. Then a little bit after that, she called the cops and said, we had a fight last night, and I went to work, and now I'm off, and I'm at the dollar store close to their house, and she's threatening me that I can't come pick up my kids.
But that
And there's
call
drinking
was
going on, all this. Do what?
The call that Allie did was in 2020. The DUI was in 2021.
No. Both of them were 2020, around October, November.
So when Candace called on Dawn, that was a DUI? I'm confused because I know he had a DUI recently.
Yeah, but the one before that, around October, they got in a fight. And Candace said he had a gun in his car and he got in a fight in the house. That all revolved around Allie and that Jose guy that Allie invited over there, along with other men from New York.
Oh, I didn't know he had a DUI last year. I thought the DUI was this year and that last year it was abuse.
Yeah, they never
might
gave
have
him a DUI for last. He
Right.
should have got a DUI because he was he came pulling into the driveway drunk, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that's what it was a DUI.
So
that's
it
what I'm
doesn't-
talking about.
Yeah,
that one.
that incident.
So all that revolved around Allie, but so she talks crap and says that that's when they had a falling out, but then she lets Hunter go with her on this day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
She said it's because she didn't want to interfere with the kids' friendship, but it was just Candace and Summer. I mean, how much did he
I
really
just
like
think a
hanging
lot
out
of people-
with a 5-year-old? I mean, he was 14 or something. So I
just think a lot of people are looking at the church or this and that. Really, if you look like at the facts, it's all revolved around the arguments and vindictive things going on between Candace and Allie that I think now that I saw that interview with MGL and them standing out by their street, and the grandma said, Sherry said, yeah, I thought there was something going on between her and H, and I warned her. And Allie
Yes.
walked off, went in the house like she didn't want to talk about
Yeah, that was crazy, wasn't it? That was definitely interesting.
And if you look at who we got any information from the beginning of talking down about them or calling CPS or anything, it was them from the beginning on Unmasked or several interviews where they were judging or talking down on Candace and Dawn. And really, they're involved in the same shit. Allie knew from the beginning that she was giving him alcohol because she called last year trying to get her kids from the house, saying that there was alcohol. They were drinking alcohol.
She knew because he even mentioned in the interview with Chris McDonough that it just seemed like she knew about the vape things too. I mean, but
Yeah,
And
It's
Chris
just
McDonough had to say, no vaping or
yeah. So it's just worrisome to me because a lot of people couldn't like fathom that a random normal seeming family, like low income family, would plan something like that. But really, I think I've heard from different channels that they have proof that it was H and Allie calling Candace that day. And a lot of the stories that they've told don't add up. So you never know. I've seen vindictive families on drugs and stuff that will go to a lot of lengths to hurt another family because they're mad about something stupid.
Now, I will say here locally that teenagers vaping, even at Hunter's age at 15, is not uncommon.
Oh yeah, my kids, I have one in middle school, one in high school. You can't, everyone, there's kids bringing drugs to school in their backpack because their parents are getting them to sell it and stuff. So
Yeah.
I completely understand that.
And it's the same with the vapes, that if you have somebody in middle school or high school that has an older sibling that can buy them, they're going to buy them and they're going to sell them in school. That's very, very common. And I think that's why Allie just sort of like, okay, whatever, she bought you a vape.
Yeah, for sure. But Allie tries to cover it up like she didn't know those type of things were going on. But she was right in there with it, her best friend.
Yeah, and that's the thing that's one of the things that where Dawn and Candace kind of screwed up. It's like, okay, I bought him a vape. Okay, I bought him a vape. So what? I bought him a vape. Let's be honest about it. That's where the honesty needs to come in. You did things that were screwed up. You did things that were wrong. Admit it. Don't lie
Well,
about it.
I've always been around parents like that were the cool parents. You could do any drug or alcohol around them because they wanted to be friends with their kids. So that's really not what I'm looking at.
Right.
It's that Allie brought, why would Allie invite H's dad and those 14 other men from New York to come to Candace's house when she was staying there?
True.
And then Jose stayed behind. That doesn't make sense to me. If you look at H's dad's Facebook, it's really alarming the type of stuff he has on there.
Yeah, I've looked at it, and you're right. It is alarming.
Yeah.
And I mean, was Jose really that big of a sex symbol? I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, woo, he was sexy. Hey.
So I know, like, before both Dawn and Candace have had kids from previous relationships that they lost. But if you look at prior to like 2 years ago, before they met Allie, their kids were going to school. You look at pictures, their kids look more taken care of. And then you look, and I know the pandemic has to do with it too, with kids not going to school and stuff. You see a decline in a lot of people. But at that same time was around the time that Allie and them came along, and they've put a narrative out there that doesn't align with the timeline. And they came out right away swinging at Candace, but at the same time, she allowed her son to be there. She allowed her daughter to be there. So you can't really you have to take her words as a grain of salt. So I just see a decline at the same time that she started hanging out with Allie, along with, why the hell would you invite over 10 men to Ben Hill Road while Dawn is out of town in Utah and keep one of them over at the house and then act like there's some falling out, but still allow your friends to be there afterward, or your kids to be there afterwards? Just the whole thing doesn't make sense.
I don't understand that either. Sorry,
I wish we could ask Allie that, but like, why did you let your son hang out with her? I mean, because we haven't really asked her that, or she hasn't answered that, has she?
No. I could
I
drive
mean,
up there and
besides saying, oh, I didn't want to ruin, my kids' relationships with, or friendships with her kids, which doesn't even make sense because the boys didn't even go swimming, but.
No, and then I kind of forgot about them till that MGL interview where
Everybody's
Sherry
wanting,
said,
oops, go ahead. I was just going to say, everybody's wanting Frank to talk. He's just been so quiet. We call him Frank.
Frank.
Well, I saw him. I saw him shooting himself just a second ago.
Oh, really?
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Unmute, Frank. Unmute.
Frank,
I can't hear you.
maybe I can unmute him. Oh no, I can't unmute him. It says the guest did.
Frank.
Hey, Down Under Crime Talks.
Yeah, I completely forgot about even looking at Allie.
Hey,
and-
I'm agreeing with you. There. Now I muted myself because I was going outside to smoke a cigarette. But,
Oh, okay.
That's why you need to get a vape, Frank.
A vape.
Yep.
Yeah.
Frank, a vape. A vape. Right here. Look, buddy.
Yeah.
Get a vape. You can smoke inside.
Yep.
And
Well,
there's no
I smoke inside at my house, but I'm at somebody else's house, so I respect.
Smoke. No, I'm just joking.
What I wanted to say earlier, Ziggy, was I have put up a couple of videos on Michael Vaughn right after he went missing on my channel. And then I did do a video on Hannah Huffman as well.
I saw your message in the private chat.
Yeah, and then I don't know, I haven't heard any update on that little girl from San Antonio, Lena.
Yeah, I haven't been following that one yet. I know that I think Tiffany Marie's covering her, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll have to check it out. What did you do, readings on them or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. My whole channel is nothing but my own content. Nobody can ever accuse me of stealing any content from anybody, any creator. Nobody.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, because you're doing readings, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I have had somebody take part of a
Hey,
video.
can you? I have a question. Can you read my future right now?
I do tarot readings.
Oh, no, we don't do tarot on here.
No. Matter of fact, I did 32 readings last night on another channel.
Yeah.
But whenever Jody Sue was up here, there was a question I would have liked to have asked her did she see David Dotson up there earlier prior to Robin being there?
I think Jody Sue's over at Doug's.
Yeah.
It was because I saw her in chat over there when I was
I
there.
guess I'll just break my silence on Facebook and ask her on there because I've been not making any comments on her live because, if you go
Weren't you up here on the panel when she was up here earlier?
Yeah, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise like you.
I know.
I tried.
Sometimes it sucks and I hate it too, but sometimes you have to just like interrupt. Like sometimes but I mean, since I'm the host, I guess I could probably get away with that better or without. But I don't know. Yeah, I hate interrupting people.
Yeah. See,
sometimes it seems like people don't take breaths. So I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't ever even.
Yeah,
even a word.
Yeah, I've taught not to. It's a sign of respect. Let
let people talk. But when you get some people who like to dominate your panel, they need to stop and take a breath and let other people talk, because they're not the only ones up here.
Yeah, that's true. We do have to be better about which is nobody up here, by the way. Nobody is up here like that at all. I'm just saying. Not right now. No, but
No,
sometimes,
not right
yeah,
now.
but sometimes there is some people, and it's
Oh.
it's difficult when you get, like, we had a lot of people up here earlier, and it was really interesting, and I hate that it turned sour, because it was really a good panel, even though it was, some people didn't get to, ask what they wanted to ask.
Yeah.
At least I think Josh was trying to speak up too. So it wasn't just you. There was a few people that didn't get a chance to ask what they wanted to ask.
And then I got another channel, not my channel, but it's another friend of mine. She's real small. She's only got about 100 and some subscribers. We've been talking about the different drama and the different creators. And I said, well, I like to work on astrology. And I said, let me try to figure out what astrology sign each one of these creators are. And I'm like,
can you guess mine? Or wait, I already did that to you. Never mind. You can't. You already know. I forgot.
No, I don't.
I asked you last time. What do you think my?
I don't remember what you said.
I thought I asked you. I asked somebody with a.
You may have, and I forgot.
Oh.
Cancer, Pisces, or Aquarius?
Yeah.
I hit one of them right.
Yeah.
I thought
Why
so.
is that all? Are those all water signs?
Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces.
Oh, okay.
No,
No, I mean the
Cancer,
ones
Scorpio,
that you just
Pisces.
mentioned.
Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces are the water signs.
Is that are those the three that you mentioned?
No, that's not the three I mentioned. I mentioned Cancer, which is water. I mentioned Pisces, which is water, but I mentioned Aquarius, which is an air sign.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Pisces, of course. Freaking doormat.
You're the same sign as my daughter.
Freaking doormat. Yeah, I think last time you said that because you were like, I should, or maybe it wasn't you. I could have sworn it was but.
And I thought maybe MGL was Gemini, but somebody was talking about celebrating birthdays when they go on that little trip. So I don't know if MGL's birthday's coming up or not, which would put her under the sign of Capricorn. Which I can't see her being a Capricorn unless I'm looking at her rising sign, is what she's displaying. And then Tiffany, I see Tiffany as being the Scorpio. I don't know how accurate I am because I don't know anybody's birthday.
What dates are Scorpio?
Hold on, I'll tell you.
Like what months?
October. Let's see, Scorpio. October 23rd to November 21st.
Okay, no, that's close. Her birthday's in December, I think.
Oh, she's a Sagittarius. Oh, I would have never guessed that. That's what my husband is.
Early December, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully she didn't care that I said that. But
you didn't say what day. You just said.
But she was telling me that some of her subscribers sent her like it was when she got all doxxed. She got doxxed by Benny, and her birth date and everything got put out there, and a few of them, I guess, got her some things for her birthday when they found out.
Well, they can dox me all they want. And if they, what really kills me is about them dragging up people's past. You know, like bringing up your past and other people's past. And I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't the presidential election. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, true.
Are we dragging up people's YouTube past? People on YouTube creators like we are on presidential candidates. Seriously. Drag up my past all you want.
Well, it's funny. What makes it funny is like when they act like it's some like, you know, they got some kind of jackpot like info and it's, you know, oh, Ziggy had a DUI in 2007. Oh my God. Congratulations. You have the, I mean,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
they act like it's like they found out I robbed a bank or something.
Yeah, well, the best they can find on me in my past is, yeah, I'm divorced. Big deal. I mean, I'm not the first one. I won't be the last one. Did I leave my children with my ex-husband? Yeah, because he had a better paying job than I did, and they were 18 and 15 years old. I don't think they were going to follow me. You know, at that age, they have a choice of who they want to live with anyhow. And then the only other thing they can get me on is, yeah, I used to drive a motorcycle, a Harley Davidson. I was a biker. I was a solo biker. Did I run with a club? Yeah. But was I in the club? No. I don't do those kind of things. So that's what they got on me. Go for it. Find me. Oops, my poor dog.
Where did guys, I really have to get off here. I'm like, it's been 6 hours. I know Frank hasn't said much tonight, but he'll just have to come back tomorrow, I think.
I did an 8.5 of her live yesterday, and half of it was me doing tarot readings.
Yeah, I'm tired.
I bet.
I'm worn out and just, you know, I don't even know if I'm gonna be on here like for tonight. I might take a night off just because it's just, I don't know. I guess things are getting to me a little bit more than they should, and I just need to probably take a freaking break.
Yeah, that's your Piscean sign. That's what it is.
Maggie May, I played the clip. He did talk shit about me. Stop, please. I know that you're trying to do a good thing, but I saw the clip.
Oh, yeah, you might want to check out somebody else's live because they were talking about you and Levin.
Oh, PG?
No. The other one.
Oh, God. Yeah, I've never watched either one of them.
That one was talking about how many different names that Levin allegedly goes by.
Like stock accounts?
Yeah.
Oh.
And she was talking about your daughter got brought up in it too. Just letting you know.
Imagine that. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to say something. Now, your name is Bonnie, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm just curious. And I asked you earlier, can you read my fortune?
I can do a tarot reading on you. Yeah, just come to my live on Saturday night, and I'll do a card reading.
Okay, come to all right.
It's
what's
not
your
under
channel?
this. It's Mystical Heart Tarot readings.
All right.
Yeah. Well, guys, I have to really go. I can try to find your channel real quick if you want me to, but
Wait a minute. I'll make it easy for him. Hold on real
No,
quick.
it doesn't matter.
Here.
Oh, I got it. It's okay. I'll put it in chat. Well, you just okay.
Yes, my phone number's on there, but don't worry, I have two phones.
Yeah.
All right.
because I do private readings.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right, guys. Well, I really do have to go. Thank
Okay,
you guys so
Ziggy.
much for being supportive, and it does. Hey, I tell you, it doesn't matter who sent it though. It's like if he said it, he said it. You know what I mean? It's not. That's what. It's just. It would have never. Well, and when I saw it, like I was like, okay, this is probably gonna be a bunch of bullshit. You know, I didn't think it was gonna be anything, to be honest. And I saw it, yeah, I was pretty hurt. I mean, pretty shocked. So, anyways, guys, I will talk to you all soon.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. All right,
Thank
all
you.
right, bye.
Bye.